Alrighty. Oh shit. There's a jellyfish portal that is currently on sale. The fuck? Aren't these jellyfishes just so fucking cool? What else is on sale? Surely they're trying to distract me from the... Oh my god. Are these what I think they are? Because I'm starting to think these are... what are they called? Mystery box shit. Are these just portal effects? I mean, I don't care for portals per se. I just think that the jellyfishes are cool. Which do I think fits me the most? Turquoise would be the best for my PoE 1 hideout. It is mystery box. But Settlers of Calgar mystery box. Wait a minute. Does that mean I have to wait so long for PoE 2's mystery boxes to go perma? Kind of hoping for the dodge roll effect. But oh well. It might be there next season. I don't think I want this sound to go too loud. Okay, yeah. So you don't even have a volume, do you? The way they be changing this layout all over the time. So yeah, these. There we go. These guys. I kind of just want to see the different variations. I really like them for some reason. I don't know why.
Solving the Enigma cube between maps. Perhaps opening maps after solving the cube will improve your RNG. Probably not though. Replace your standard run-of-the-mill portal with a graceful jellyfish.
The one thing I think I'll have a problem with this portal is that its hitbox is going to be annoying in my hideout in PoE 1. That will piss me off. That will definitely piss me off. By the way, what up, Blitz? How you doing? Welcome. I realized I started this stream. I went straight into this menu, but that's mostly because I got very surprised by this. Do I actually care enough to do it? Maybe. How many coins do I have? 130. I don't think I care enough, and I'm not gonna buy more. Like I could, but I'm not gonna. Besides, it's now in the shop. I can always change my mind later on. All right, so the plans for today. First things first, because we do have. I want to work on a new guide for my basically what I'm going to follow tomorrow. A Fire Magi guide is kind of the idea here. But in order for me to do so, there is one very important question I need to answer first, and that is Iris 2 versus Iris 1. I still haven't fucking decided, and it's the day before launch, and I'm just like, bruh. So here's the TLDR of Iris 1 versus Iris 2. Right? Iris 1 gets a whole lot more benefits. Well, firstly, Iris 1 has more damage multipliers just innate to her kits. She gets nourishment, which is 30% more damage for your Magi. She gets that's the main thing, but she gets 3 DPS minions instead of 2 DPS minions. Honestly, that's a very big factor I'm not thinking about. But like, we're going to ignite, so like, it's not the biggest deal. 3 DPS minions instead of 2. She also gets Magi origin effect affecting nourishment, which means even more additional damage. And she furthermore, she goes for this one, which just helps her get more uptime on the ultimate. And in the late game, we're looking at like a 1 second ish cooldown ultimate, because I plan on going Space Rift. That's going to give me a whole lot of ultimate cooldown reduction, yada yada yada. Boom, that's Iris 1. Iris 2, what does she got? So Iris 2 baseline has Breeze, which is additional damage dealt by the Magi. So it's kind of like Nourishment, but it's Breeze instead of that. Breeze is a lower modifier, instead of 30% is 16%. And they just passively get this. However, by merging, you're going to have to solve regen. So just innately, by one of the problems you will have, you turn a defensive mechanic into sort of DPS, because you get to use you get to turn your Magi's life into spamming ultimate with this guy right here. So this is going to make your Magi spam ultimate ability. Ultimate has it has a lot of base damage. It has no cooldown because of this. So all of a sudden your life regen becomes damage uptime, which basically makes it so your life regen is kind of scaling your damage. That's kind of very nice. As a result, you get decently tanky by just scaling damage, quote unquote. But this comes with 60% less spirit mage's damage. So that means the damage this ultimate is going to do is for each minion is going to be 60% less than Iris 1. However, Iris 1 has a cooldown, whereas this one just uses attack cast speed. So that's just really big. By having this scale off of just, cast speed, it also makes it so you can use something like Talons of the Abyss. Let me try to use this tab to get random shit that I think about. Talons of the Abyss, which gives you Talon of Abyss. So if you give me this big page, I can then come here, Talon. It gives me minion additional mages attack speed, cast speed for their ultimates, and additional damage. Iris 1 doesn't use this too well. She does with Full Bloom, but like not too well. But she uses this well. Iris 2 uses this very well because she just gets to hit faster. All right. Though Iris 2 does have a cap in how fast she can hit in that. With Iris 2, you can't hit faster than your minion can sustain life. So if you're scaling that much cast speed, you're going to have to scale that much in the way of regen. However, that is very easy to solve by just putting regain on your main hand weapon and using ISO arms for it. That being said, I'm not entirely sure if scepters have regain. So let's just real quick look in there. It does not have regain, so that's a big advantage for Iris 1 versus Iris 2 already. That's actually a very big advantage. For my current build idea, that is. Then so now you have perma ultimate uptime, but you're eating life every time, and you have less ultimate damage as a result of this. So for every 3 ultimate cast, give or take, it counts as 1 Iris 1 cast, kind of. Maybe, yeah, like 1 Iris 1 cast. And if we're going ignite, that means Iris 1 has the edge at this point, because it's just biggest ignite wins. So you want the ignite to be as juicy as possible. All right, that's the goal here. So then we come here and you go for +1 max spirit magi in the map. This allows you to have a support magi, because realistically you have elemental duo. You have 2 magi already. So this allows you to get a third one, which is going to be a support, because she doesn't have this modifier here, which is max summonable. So this allows Iris 1 to get the third magi, third DPS. She doesn't have that, and as such, she can only have 2 DPS on a specific skill, but she can have a support, is what this means. She also makes it so all her minions are considered merged, so they can use their ultimate, yada. All semantics, though this one is now additional damage per merge spirit magi, so there is a multiplier here of sorts. And then this increases the degen, which makes it harder to sustain. Another big advantage of Iris 1 versus Iris 2 is it should be easier to get in top 10 Traveler 7. And then the last part of Iris 2 is this point where it's just insane, where just by existing she's going to be taking 20% less damage, whereas Iris at the same stage of the game is going to be taking 30% more damage. So there is a very, very big 60%, should I call it 60% damage? Like 60% damage or difference. Not necessarily more damage, but like Iris 2 is taking 20% less, this one's taking 30% more, 50-60% difference there. And then Torokoshi, definitely not weird, but what's up? Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Nurture, so just baseline, she gets 20% less damage taken. Then she gives a percent of that regen to her Magi, and then a percent of the regain to Magi as well. She doesn't care as much for the regain, but I will be hitting quite a bit. So honestly, I will be able to take advantage of the regain on my character, and it won't just be my Magi taking advantage of that. So that's nice. But overall, from everything I just said, Iris 1 is a clear advantage. But that is ignoring the simple fact that Iris 2 has the mobility of Rock Mages. Rock Mages is insane. They nerfed the attack speed scaling, so now basically just envision whatever Rock Mages idea you had and just have the attack speed. Now we do have access to a bit more attack speed from some certain scaling factors like Bond. I'll go over Bond later, but like we have access to stuff like that, so we can actually take advantage of that. But all in all, that is very, very good mobility, way better mobility than Iris 1 has, even close to. And just for context, for those that may not know what that looks like, I sent this to Arcane because he wanted to envision the same. This is what it looked like. Oh, by the way, Reliquarian, insane. This is probably going to be the best ascendancy for Absolution in Period 1. I didn't mention this before I started, but like this is going to be the best ascendancy for Absolution, because with this you can get to 100% elemental damage taken as fire, ignoring the other sources of LE damage. So all you have to build is fire and chaos. I don't think you can skip taking chaos res. I'm pretty sure you can't. But being able to just take it as fire has a lot of plus sides. For one, you can go CI and then be immune to chaos, and now all you need is fire damage. Now, once you're CI, you just scale max ES, and I don't know how you deal with, sustain being seen as you're not going witch, but I think Reliquarian is going to be the best Absolution ascendancy for this next league specifically. Where on earth is this video? Wuxia TLI. I'll just search for it. There. This is, we say no Rock Mages Leap Slam, but we do want Rock Mages Leap Slam. That's the point. This is what Rock Mages Leap Slam looks like. We mute because I don't know if it's copyright music or not, and I'm not about to take the chance. We don't do that here. Now keep in mind, for the same scaling, you would have less attack speed, so you won't quite be this fast. However, Iris 1 can't even come remotely close to this speed. And even just watching this makes me want to go Iris 2. Like, the movement speed is such a big farming factor. It will literally shave days off the SS20 grind just based off of speed alone. Now that's not the only thing, but like when you consider how can you get zoomy on Iris 1, I've thought about this for days, literal days. Nothing. I keep pulling blanks. Like there's nothing. The one thing that I was going to do got nerfed. I was going to try to go like elixir scaling, like flasks, use those elixirs to use those elixirs for kind of damage early on, and then have a swap for when I wanted to speed map, and then use that like swiftness due. But then they cap swiftness due at 50% MS bonus, and it's like, what are we supposed to do with fucking 50% MS, my guy? I'm not about to make an entire elixir build just so I can get 50%. Like, no, that's not happening. And besides that, I don't know what else I could do on Iris, aside like blink spam, which I already did, but will be worse. And even with the blink spam, it just wasn't as fast, you know. That being said, Iris 1 will get to T8 faster, I assume. Iris 1 will get to SS20 cheaper, I assume. But speed is the counterpoint to that. What up, Hollow? How you doing? So that is the conundrum. Do we want to go this fast, or we can't go this fast? But do we want to go like somewhat slower but like still fast, or do we just want to be wheelchair gaming? Because realistically, Iris 1 has so many more multipliers to her damage than what's her face? My mind is blanking. Than Iris 2. I don't know why my brain didn't just say Iris 1 has more than Iris 2, but like my brain just didn't want to put the connection. And this is all ignoring the simple fact that Nature's Party exists for Iris 1. This is ignoring this, because with Nature's Party, I'm going to flip fire mages. This is going to be 9% additional crit strike damage, right? This is a non-issue at all. This we are, if we're going scaling of origin, this is a non-issue for fire, especially if I go Warden's Breastplate. Non-issue. Every single hit is going to be a crit. We don't care about that. Getting 90% additional crit damage, this is a multiplier on your crit damage, mind you. And then we're also going to be taking advantage of Mark, which is another multiplier on the crit damage the enemies take, combined with just giga stacking minion crit damage. Not rating, because I think we don't need to scale that much in the way of rating to get to 100% on fire mages, but would be going very hard on damage. This is an extra effect that Iris 1 has. Another extra effect that Iris 1 has is, in this same vein, 20% of damage taken transferred to rock mages. On paper, I have gotten Iris 1's damage transferred to minion to 90%. Like, we've hit cap. And we have 10% extra to spare. To the point where I can get to 89% while dropping 16% damage transfer on my Vorax belt. I don't have to go for that base anymore. If I really wanted to, I could go for something else on the Vorax belt that is not defense. I could go for an offensive modifier and still get 89% damage transfer, and it's insane. However, on Iris 2, what do you get in this same place? Breeze. You get max breeze stacks up to 7. And I don't remember if breeze I don't think the additional damage is a damage per stack, it's just breeze. When does she consume the breeze stacks? When she reconjures? Or is it just, does it stack? That's what I want to know. Because I haven't seen anything here that suggests breeze is like lose breeze aside when you reconjure. Oh no, when reconjuring or not merged, they lose stacks. Up to 10 stacks. So now the question is, why should we care about more than 1 stack of breeze? I guess this is a question for TLI Discord. Because I feel plus to max breeze stacks is like, unless it's a per stack basis. Why did it plus max breeze on revive affects matter? Does breeze give damage multi per stack? Because it doesn't describe it this way. That is my question, because in the same way they describe breeze, i.e. 60% additional damage merged by additional damage by merged spirits, it's the same way they describe nourishment. Actually, is it? It's very similar to the way they describe nourishment. And nourishment is 30% additional damage. I don't think it's a per stack basis. I think it's just that's the multiplicative damage. So I don't know. I updated my year-old Uber planner today. Do you think you could take a look and see if you have any ideas for min-maxing? Sure, go for it. Wait, before you send it, let me just permit you before you get muted. Just in case it's not the link I have. Oh, it's POB. You know, oh, POB is fine. I thought it was a different one. So Uber planner for absolution. This is like min maxing, like very tippity top end. Guardian, and then going for Yalmak and Embrace. Cool. What if after all this planning they just nuke Doriani tomorrow? Just what if? You went tempered by war. Interesting. So this is using Sublime Vision? Sublime Vision. Hey, what about this? And keep in mind, this is something I was playing around with. This season, Reliquarian is just better than Guardian for Absolution or than other Ascendancies. Because you get to do this for without buying the Sublime Vision. And you might not know what I'm talking about, so let me just pull up the post. %16 per stack. I guess this is a generic modifier where it's like this additional damage by Spirit Magi. All right, so it is per stack. All right, thanks. Okay, that's by the way. POE. Where were we? We're doing this. Cool. So I don't know if you saw this post, but this is what the Reliquarian is going to have this season. And take a look at this Ascendancy, Dawnbreaker. You get 25% of Cold and Lightning as fire on your Ascendancy, which means you should be able to get to 100%, well, 95% with just Dawnbreaker, Tempered by War, and Watcher's Eye. Those three pieces should get you to 95%. You can overshoot if you want, because like realistically, with just Dawnbreaker and Tempered by War, you're at 75%. So you can do a double mod Watcher's Eye to give you 1 on 15, 1 on 10, and that would do it. Or any combination that gets you to 25, that would do it 100%. No Sublime Vision needed. And then for your second Ascendancy, you would go for, my guess is you'd probably go for Zergio's Crank, which is +1 all spells, and ES Recharge when you block. Then you go block scaling, and you go CI. Would lose the block. What do you mean would lose the block? Your ES Recharge can start when you block. I'm talking about CI. I don't think there's anything that's stopping you from In order to, you don't even need to really cap block per se. You would lose the block, yes. Let me think. You don't have to cap block. You have, but being able to skip CI means you're only building. Being able to go CI rather means you're only scaling fire res. You don't care about any other resistance, not even chaos res. You would just go fire res, and by just going fire res, you're going ES scaling. You would, I mean, I wouldn't recommend the bone bound if you're going to do that, because then you'd be giving them your resistances. But what do you call it? You can kind of make up for some of the block. I don't know if there's any block on this ascendancy. I don't. This has chance to block spell per power charge, but I wouldn't rely on it because you're not going to scale max power charges. And this bottom side, does it have anything? You're not going to get here unless you don't want, you know, you can't do this one. You do get extra ascendancy points. These are all extra ascendancy points, so you do get 1, 2, and 3 if you're only spending 4 points here. So that's still 3 extra points, but like, you know, that's by the way. Does this give you any? Not really. So yeah, you do lose the block, but I think you can make up for it in other ways. For example, if you were to go Queen's Hunger and Leash of Oblation, well, maybe not Leash because this is a min max and that'll be kind of iffy. But if you were to go Queen's Hunger, then maybe you can use that for some block and some offering scaling. I probably wouldn't do this on a setup that isn't going for Katarina. So if we skip that, what else is an option? Using, what's the name of that jewel again? This special jewel that gives you Red Nightmare, that gives you, or is it Red Dream, one of them, block if we're based on early res in a region. You can do that as well. Put it like here. This is a good spot. Build a bit more block on the tree. Voices. Also, this is very min-max. Like, this is very... Going for... Wait, is the entire reason you went for this impossible escape just for this block node? I guess I'm assuming it's because of the, you know, prioritizing the recover life on block. Let me see. Can I think of anything else? It's just I'm typically not the biggest fan of it because it's a dual socket that's essentially acting as just one anoint. Like if we're getting more value from here, like maybe a life node here or a, you know, maybe, but with just this, it makes me think maybe just anoint it and then F and F something else. You know, like for example, if you had to F and F this one instead, you could get this, you could get this. That's blood magic, by the way. You could get this, you could get this, which is a source of endurance charges as well. I don't think it'll reach utmost might, but like that's an example of where I would have probably preferred to F and F, and then, you know, yeah, it doesn't get here either. Now I get what you mean. I get why you did it. I'm just saying what the ideal situation would have been. Because with that spot you use the impossible escape on, there are probably other things that could have gone here that would be very, very impactful to your setup. You already have grand spectrums. You have F and F. You have most of the unique jewels that I would consider. Your block is capped. You don't go spell suppress, right? No spell suppress. Your spell block is capped. I find that interesting. Why is your spell block capped? because this overcaps it. No, I know Guardian. I'm just wondering why I was wondering why it was overcapped in particular. If there was something that I wasn't seeing overcapping it, or if it's genuinely all needed. Let me see, where does your spell block come from? Tempest Shield, Bastion of Hope, Block Mastery. Oh, you get spell block from there as well.
How's it going?
Up. Going good. Can't complain. What about you?
Going good.
What jewels can I think of to add here that I think would be pretty good to consider? There is one that is not fancy on the damage number, but will actually be... Oh shit, you have another cluster here. I didn't even see it. I didn't see this one. For all skills, for lightning, focus dummy. Yeah, that's bis. And then you're using this so you don't have to care about mana or mana regen. What do your reservations look like? You have Wrath, Haste, Zealotry. Okay. Then you have Tempest Shield, Arctic Armor as well, and Purity of Fire. I assume you fit all of this without the Guardian's 50% increased reservation. That is insane. The amount of efficiency you have elsewhere. Where is the efficiency coming from? Body armor doesn't have efficiency. Helmets doesn't have efficiency. Oh, it's also a 12, is a 10 link or however many links this is helmet. Notes there is described. Net recovery implies there is a degen. Why is there a degen? What is degening you? Oh, righteous. Why do you have righteous fire? So it's easier for you to kill your first enemy, or what? Determination related Spectre and 5% PDR for... What Spectres are you using? I assume you have them, you do not have them configured. But I assume you added them. No, you did not. Okay. So you did it for cast speed. Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion gives 28% more cast speed. But you lose less than 100 life per second. And you go from 635 to 577. I guess it's fine in that case. It's just 57%, just 57 degen. Oh. This is not exactly accurate. Many of these actually can be configured to be more accurate, because these would imply you get the level of the gem correct, and in many situations, right, you're not level 20 gems. So I'll give you an example. This is how you config, by the way. I'll just show you real quick. Let's say I want to config. I'll copy this and I'll paste. Actually, not quite. Yeah, so this guy, you remove the other minions, and then you leave just the raised specter, and then you copy that and you paste it. How many specters do you expect to have? I guess I can always check. 5 specters. I don't know why it doesn't say here. It should say. But let's use perfect guardian turret to watch your max it. Perfect. Watch your 16k. 21k. Then what you do is you set this to your one of these spectre gems. You expect to have 5, so this is perfect. Then you go to the second one, you put your second spectre, let's say Spirit of Fortune. Perfect Spirit of Fortune for the lucky and whatnot. You add that, watch the DPS. Then you put it on the second one, Spirit of Fortune. That should help. And then you go to the next one and you make sure it's different as well. So you said, hey, so that's perfect. Forests, Tiger, add, save. Make sure number 3 is Tiger. And all this does is now, if you look here, you're going to see haste from the Spectre. You're going to see PDR from the Turtle. It's all taken into account on POB with more accuracy than if you were to just config no reservation and no, stuff like that. And that's how you go, that's how you go about doing that with more accuracy. Some of them are not perfect. Like Forest Warrior, for example, doesn't actually still doesn't do Calling Strike. So you might have to come here and say Calling Strike. But for the most part, like many of them are. If you go for I don't know, most specters have ritual specters have support now. Caliber, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. What up, Castin? How you doing? Welcome. So before we close this, is there anything that comes to mind for unless I'm ready to spend a lot of time looking through this to really nitpick what it means, because like that's what I would have to do to see an upgrade. I would say firstly, I think you should consider CI if you're going Purity of Fire or Tempered by War, simply because that's a whole lot of suffix space you get to save. And because you get to save all of that, now the only thing you're worried about is Fizz and Fire. And now that you're only worried about Fizz and Fire, you're just scaling max ES. So you have the space to scale max ES. You can put ES here on both of them. You can go ES on Jules. I wouldn't touch Grand Spectrum. That's fine with minion crits. Can you look at the tank version? Sure. Is Def this guy? Okay. So tank version, does it tree change? It changes a bit. So what is your armor on the tank version? 44 versus 39. Okay. So this one, you get this guy. Your impossible escape is the same. You have Wall of Steel. You don't take these 2 points, which I assume you use somewhere else. Well, so the tree is pretty much the same, more or less. Let me think. So what do you change? You said you replace Guardian Turtle. You get Guardian Turtle on this version, and
I just dropped another Spirit of the Cat.
lol, GG.
And it's pretty, yeah.
Congrats.
It's my third one this week. From not even doing the whisper, I just like playing.
Some people get spoon fed.
Shut up, bro. That one was actually just a vision.
Spoon fed.
You've been luckier than me this week.
Eh? How?
Don't Staconic, don't do this. Staconic, don't do this.
How? I want you to tell me how.
Don't do this.
Tell me how.
You've had some really good drops this
Like what? Communion was about it.
Bro, Camille was about it. That's one of the rarest gems in the game.
But I've dropped it once. People have dropped it 5 times. Go on. I've killed over 100 times. But sure. Go on.
For sure.
What is a lucky drop? You dropped Dialas, you dropped Brachiotas, you dropped 3 Spirit of the Cats.
Garukans. It's actually fucking insane.
Man wants to say I've been luckier. Could you bless that third point in the notes? If the gods will it, we get the Charlie. What I just read. I'm looking at Roman's min-max absolution POP, and in his notes for ideas on improvements, he has for number 3, and I quote: "If the gods will it, we get the mercenary back. People, please, the one we can equip with Doria, this prototype, and that will open the whole universe for us again, such as Sakawal's Nest." Or let me just put you on game, right? Even if we were to get mercenaries back, Doriani isn't surviving on that. There's no way we get mercenaries back on Doriani Mercury thing. I can promise you that. Either they got how it works with the Merc, make it so he just can't wear it all together, or got Doriani. Those are the steps that will likely happen. But we are not going back to Berkeley. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt. Even if we get mercenaries back, which I don't know if it's going to be this season we get it back. I know they said we are, but like, you know, I don't think we can cope on Doriani Merc coming back. That one I don't think we can cope on. We can cope on their auras, you know, coming back or something. You know, that is a more realistic cope. It's still cope-ish? I don't know if it's cope, but I think it might be. But there is people. Sure, I mean this is probably like plus 100% RNG, so you know, pray to the gods, and you know, we hope for the best. Holy, I was not expecting mercenary when you said to read it. I was like, what could the third point be? Holy. But yeah, I think it's definitely worth considering Reliquarian. I don't know how we solve the block in that case, but I think being able to go through this process without a Purity of Fire and only using 1 res is insane. Like, just straight up, I think that is such a big defensive layer that it should not be slept on. You know, because genuinely, I think that is very insane. I think that just because of the defensive depth of that is why I would say it rivals the Necromancer on Absolution specifically, not that minion, just Absolution. Well, I guess technically Lightning minion, but like if you go Lightning minions and you're going Doriani, but you're going Triads Grip, you already have -2 uniques. CI becomes very sketch. or -2 pieces. CI is the end doesn't have the best ES already. Do I think the max hit is okay on the tank version? Here's the thing. I kind of changed some shit, so I'm going to have to remove turtle because now it is interfering with calculations. Okay, cool. 41k, 127k, 34k. Yeah, I think this is fine. Life regen 1.2k. Really good life regen, really good max hits, good block, and good EHP as a result of everything I just said. Yeah, 100%. I think this is good max hits. Is there anything you could do to improve your phase max hits? I mean, I assume your watches already has PDR. Yes, so I don't think there's anything else you can do, really. Back when Chaos Golem was insane, sure, but your Guardian already has it rough when it comes to physical damage. It doesn't have the PDR that comes from Bone Barrier. I think this is really good for max hits, for a tank version at least. So I don't think you have anything to worry about there. The budget is very high, but this is min-max POB, so there's that. It is a cool POB. Sub Valor, how you doing? Abyss 2.0, that's what we're expecting. I wish I knew Spectres Imperial when I'll be a board of Frostbearers and Regifilers. You won't catch me argue. Like, I don't know if I want to call it a meta shakeup. I don't really care for a meta shakeup, but I want new options at the very least. That is what I would really like to do. I want new Spectre options. I want competitive, not just new because I like suffering with, I don't want that. I want genuine. I want to be able to theory craft and build craft, and so far I've made a lot of the minion builds I want to make in PoE. A lot of them. Like, when it comes to the minions that still exist that I haven't, there are very few. Even something like Sentinel of Radiance, I've already made a build on it twice, I think. So I would like more Spectre options. We can just hope, and if not, we shall Leaguestart Regifilers, I guess. Try to work on the Scion version. Yeah, I think the Scion version would have a lot of potential. If not for anything, it also has extra passive skill points, as well as, can go without Purity of Fire. So that means you can actually get to your full, your full ES version very, very, or a lot cheaper, if you will. All right, so back to the Iris 1 versus Iris 2 debate. The thing I haven't decided yet. To zoom or not to zoom? This is the question. And the answer, I know not. Ultimately, I don't know what I'm going to do for Iris 1 when it comes to mobility. That's like the biggest problem. That's like the only problem I have with Iris 1. Because I was doing some mental mathing, and this is still just the Frost guide. I just copied and pasted it. It's not I haven't changed anything. But like, look at the skills. This is what skills look like. We can have 5 skills and 4 auras. Now for the fire version, I plan on going 4 auras because I'm going lone walkers. So eventually I would like to fit in a 4th aura. Now this is not going to be a problem until the peak endgame, when I have skilled mana compensation for it to make a difference. And now I'm pushing as much as I can to fit more reservation in. This is where that becomes a problem, because that would mean I have 4 auras. So my 3 Magi, which I will have, I don't think I'm going to make an Iris build that doesn't use 3 different Magi. I love the concept of it. Can't get enough Magi, so it's going to be in there. So that means Erosion Magus has to be here. But if we have 3 Magi out of 5, mandatory, and then we have a module which is also mandatory-ish, not necessarily mandatory, but like very, very strong. That doesn't give me many spaces for, you know, mobility. Now, granted, we have, if we go this, yeah, this could be mobility, but then we don't have an empower skill. Now, with the changes we've gotten, we can get to cap on damage transfer to minions without a module. That alone, and I think they nerfed Huge Ember Automaton, thank God. So it no longer gives the 50% more damage or increased damage taken to enemies. I think now it's just 50% damage to enemies, or 50% increased damage taken by enemies for the automaton's damage, not for everybody or for like all its allies. I think that's what they did to it, but I haven't confirmed, so take that with a grain of salt. So if I choose to skip the automaton, what am I losing? I'm losing some big stuff. I'm losing damage transfer potentially, or 36% more damage. It's a lot. I'm losing injury buffer because I plan on running condensation. And what I mean by condensation is modularization. Bruh. Module. Let's use this one. Wrong one. You there. I plan on going overclock, which is CDR for allies, which is nice for me and my minions, but it's also injury buffer. I love injury buffer. I think this is such a fun mechanic to play with. I really want to skill as much injury buffer as I can, and I don't think I want to exist in a world where I don't have overclock composition, simply because that's a lot of injury buffer, my guy. And the CDR also helps Iris 1, not 2. 2 doesn't care about that. Well, it's not entirely true, I guess. Empower would care about it, but not really. Anyways, I'd have to exist without overclock composition and whatever else I chose to get. So keep in mind, I can get something like the Nasty Pulse, which is just blessings. Any of these are just blessings. I can go a free aura. All the damage auras are worth for me. Charge Flames, I think, is good. Charge Flames, Spell Lamp, Deep Pain are the 3 DPS auras I can use, and there are still others like Domain Expansion. I think that's what it's called. JJK reference. Well, not JJK reference because I was there before I watched JJK, but yeah, Domain Expansion, which is the AoE one. I can also use that. Radical Order, I didn't mention before, but there's also Radical Order. So there is a lot of auras I can use for this build that would all help. So any aura overwrite is good. All the protocols, well, not all. Elemental protocol is nice because it's free ailments chance for my minions, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. Then, but like ultimately, I would be using all of these to just buff, and this is all just coming from one skill gem. The part that is insane is that this is all from one gem. So we're getting, I repeat, we're getting 20% CDR for Magi, we're getting 20% injury buffer, we're getting 36% more damage for our Magi, we're getting numbers because we want to have as many minions as we can, so we're getting 6 minions for that time, which is also more damage from Wicked. We're not Wicked scaling because we're not Wicked scaling, but do we care about numbers? When I think about it, we don't have to care about numbers from that one specifically, simply because the only one that cares about it is itself. So Only its modularization gems, wherever they are, really cares about it. Nothing else cares about it. I can't find modularization, but like this guy, cluster. Modularization cluster. This guy, additional damage per minion. This is the only guy that cares about it because this is where we'll get 30% more damage from. And aside to everything we just said, we're going to have a 2 aura or a 3 aura automaton, and you know, you just keep going. It's very, very, it's a very, very efficient spot to where it's just like it would be literally true to use an empower skill or whatever else in place of this. So that means we just don't have an empower skill. We just don't. We're not using empower skills. Actually, we do, which our passive is still technically counts as an empower skill, technically. You know, so that would be what that would look like, and I don't know. Oh yeah. I almost forgot. We forgot the other mandatory part about the setup, which explains why I couldn't run Blink. So this part I have Blink on, yeah, we can't actually have Blink there. Why? Because on that same spot, we're going to be having marked rain of arrows. Why marked rain of arrows? Because this is a skill we're going to trigger that will apply mark to the enemies, which is 10% additional crit strike damage taken. This paired with the magnificent gem, I think, which one is it? Art Piercer? Yeah, this guy will give you mark effect, so 50% mark effect. So that means each mark stack is going to give you 10%. Where my calculator at? Mark gives you 10% baseline times 1.5, which is the max roll of a T0. This is 50% additional crit damage taken, and that stacks 8 times 8. 120% increased critical strike damage taken. But it does mean we have to use the skill 8 times. Actually, that's wrong. That might not be correct. This is 50% stacked up to 8 times, so that's 50 times 8 actually, which is 400%, which is then 10 times 5. This is it. So it is 50% additional crit damage taken on the enemy, which is a lot of crit damage taken, to multiply the crit damage that we're already going to be scaling from our fire magi. So this is just mandatory as well. So all of a sudden, you see this blink? Yeah, the blink is not looking so great anymore. And I don't think it's even smart to go for any of the Supreme Showdowns without a mobility skill. I don't think that is remotely smart. You know? So that would mean on the TPT top end, we probably do not want to go blink. Or we probably do not want to go... We might just go -1 aura, which kind of sucks because, you know, lone walkers and all. Kind of sucks. Kind of really does. But what can we do? You know? So if we go -1 aura, that kind of solves it as well, because then that gives us space to have blink, but that reduces our peak damage potential. Whereas we Iris 2, same setup, we can get to it with not having blink, because you're just going to merge into your stone mages and you're going to use its ultimates to move. So you don't care that you don't have blink. You don't need blink because you have that extra damage multiplier there. You don't need it, you know. So that is going to be another point for Iris 2. Point for Iris 1, we've talked about it. She gets 9% additional crit damage from her from this. It's 9% per stack, And I suspect it should scale with nourishment effects because it's a baseline effect of nourishment. So as I scale additional origin effects via this trait, this 9% becomes way better. I kind of should have logged in to see what my final... Actually, maybe I can. $19 hours till reveal. Let's hope it's not down for maintenance yet. I don't think it is. I think we still have like 2 hours. Could be wrong on that, but I think we still have like 2 hours. Oh, and by the way, for tomorrow, while TLI starts by 9 p.m. my time, which is pretty late, I'm going to be live from like 2:30 p.m. because of PoE's reveal. So I'm probably going to just stay live all through PoE reveal into TLI launch. There's a universe where I take like a 1 hour break or something. I don't know yet. We'll see how it goes. But yeah. There is also the possibility that we're just live up until we kill Traveler 7, which would be over a 12-hour stream in the middle of the week. Sounds like good decisions to me. All right, so we do have access to this guy. So I think we should be able to get rewatch VOD 2 hours before TLI starts. Oh, you mean then I would miss the Q&A, and I kind of like knowing what you're talking about in the interview. It's not a bad idea to rewatch the VOD, but the problem with that is then I have to avoid being online and, you know, spoilers, which is again not the biggest. But I'm working from home tomorrow. I made sure to, so we might as well. You plan to sleep through it? It's not a bad idea. What time is it? Your time. So for example, let's go, who is support here? Erosion is support. We get 678 erosion effect. Or rock, should be the same, 570. Oh yeah, erosion, I pushed a bit more, 678 is how much we can scale in lieu of origin effect. That doesn't apply to fire though. Fire is my DPS, and as such, fire is not going to have some of the scalers that erosion has. Oh my god. My regen is going to be insane, I just realized, because right now my frost has about, where's my frost origin? Am I blind? There, 338. So basically, whatever the region I'm getting with frost, whatever the bonus effect, just double that. Yeah, just double that. Oh, your TLI starts 1 hour after where it starts from me. Okay, okay. So you're 1 hour ahead. So you're on Eastern time. Got it. Okay, so let's just use this number for flame, right? So 338, which means, what is flame's base effect? I guess flame's base effect is honestly pretty okay. Like in terms of things to skip, it's pretty chill. Summon fire mages. At level 40, you get 175. So that's 175 times 4 points. Assuming it's accurate, it's 435, right? 438. So 4.38. So I get in 766 in the way of just pure that. Now, this is the generic origin effect that I have, and I assume this is what is going to affect. Where is it? I assume it's what's going to affect this one. So that means the 9% will also get multiplied by 4.38, which then gives us 39, almost 40% more crit damage. So that means no matter where the source of crit we get, let's just say we get a 100% increase, which is on the lower side. What do memories grant? Do I have any crit damage anywhere? 64%, let's say. 64% on a T0. All right. We'll say we just won. 64 times 1.4 was 1.39, right? 1 point. Yeah, 1.39 times 1.5. Where did you get 164, my guy? 64. So that 64 becomes 133% crit damage. And we're going to have many, many modifiers of crit damage all over the place, which then multiplies these two multipliers. So it's going to be very, very high in the way of crit damage. And why that matters for Ignite is because this guy, for every amount of crit damage we do on their strike, we're going to reap, let's just say 0.020 seconds of the dot. So if we can get to, let's say, 1000% crit strike damage, which I don't know how possible it is. I probably expect like 700, 800 maybe. I don't actually know. I haven't calculated it, so I don't have concrete numbers to go by. But if we were to just say 700 through all our multis, that is then going to be 0. Every 30% of their crit. So that's, let's say 700. But 700 divided by 30 is 23. So 23 times, well, I guess it's probably times 0.02 is almost half a second of reap every single time they hit. But I've been told this reap also has a cooldown, even though it doesn't state it literally anywhere. So that's going to be a thing. But we are able to scale reap CDR on our scepter. So I'm hoping that this works, because with enough reap CDR, we should be able to get this down to like 0.3 seconds if it's a 1 second cooldown reap. 0.3 seconds is very reasonable. 0.2 would be ideal or less, but this is on a per minion basis. So, and this is why Iris 1 Fire Magi could work, is if every second we apply 3 big ignites. We've confirmed that plus max ignite works on the belt if we use comradeship, whatever it's called. We've confirmed that works. So let's just say 0.46. So that means we apply a 4 second ignite. It would take, in 3 hits, we should be able to eat like 1.5 seconds of that from just this alone. Then you go here, we have another 0.18 reap that would also be applying. So that's another, and this is ignoring reap duration, which we are going to have as well. So 75%, maybe even up to 100%. We can check what T0 is real quick. Scepter Craft T0. Yeah, so like 24 seconds. The duration is almost 100. So like this 0.24 then becomes closer to 0.48, and then this one becomes 1 second of reap, almost a second of reap. So total, they're like 1.5 seconds of reap every 1/3 of a second. That is a lot of reap now that I think about it. That is genuinely a lot of reap. Huh. So that means we just need to make sure that we do not out reap our dots. What that means is we do not want to reap. Wait. Reap doesn't reduce the duration of the dots, right? Why did it bring me here? Is this what reap purification does? I thought that was a Thea thing. Let's go to Thea. I think it's Blasphemer. I guess not. Also, I've heard Ill Omen doesn't actually work with fire mages, so we're going to play without it, most likely. I might try it for a bit. I'll try it, but I'm assuming Ill Omen is not going to work. All right. I think we can easily watch a video on this. I was looking at a video before, but I don't know that I finished it. Torchlight Infinite Reap. It can't be something that's too long ago, because if it's too long ago, then it's not gonna work, because I guess it still might. This is the video I was watching. I don't know that I fully explained it, but I guess.
Hello guys and girls, good morning. I actually had a question about how reaps and damage over time mechanics work in Torchlight Infinite, so I figured I'd make a quick what damage over time is. Biggest examples of this are like mind control, really broken, but mind control. This is the most spells damage, puts a dot on an enemy. Other base damage dots are like Frost Terra, Swamp, etc. These are just persistent pure dots. And then you have something called ailment dots, right? Ailment, persistent damage, damage over time. This is ignites, traumas, and wilts. They are separate from the spell dots, and they normally can only
Because my thought process is, if, let's just say, Reap doesn't actually remove time from the ignite, and it's just, okay, this hit does the damage of the ignite, boom, done. Then once it's done, it does it again. Like, the next 1 second of dots, you're going to take it right now. Instead of, and it doesn't actually remove, it doesn't shorten the dots by that amount, then all of a sudden, so long as you don't get to 4 second plus reap duration, the big ignite should just be insane, because we plan on having 3 big ignites. So whatever can apply the biggest, nastiest ignites wins. Huh. then Iris 1 actually isn't even at a disadvantage to Iris 2, because whether or not there's a cooldown or not, you're still just going to be like, Iris is going to be igniting every
Hey.
single hit. Give me a second. Iris is going to be igniting every single hit, but like it's still just the biggest damage it ignites that are applying, and then the reap is going to be doing its damage anyway. So like all the hits that Iris 2 is doing is going to be the equivalent of basic attacks for Iris 1, all the same, because it's all just reap damage until those ignites wear off and the new ignites are the next best ignites are there. So like there really isn't an advantage to Iris 2 in the ultimates casting department, unless like it's clear speed. But in that case, not really. What up?
Yo, Odyssey comes out on Friday.
Yeah,
Watch.
I'm going on Sunday. You wanna come?
I might not be able to do Sunday because I think other people are trying to go.
Like, what do you mean?
Lee, you're going on, of all days, you're going on Sunday?
What's wrong with Sunday?
TLI day? TLI day before you gotta go back into, I guess you don't have to go to work in person, so it doesn't matter for you.
What is Friday? Friday's the day after launch. Is the day you're supposed to push it T7.
I'm not gonna be in a hurry, that's you.
Yeah, but like my point is, Friday is even worse for me than
It's
Sunday.
just the release day. Which is my thought process, the hype of release. I think the theater will be packed Friday or Sunday regardless, so it doesn't matter, right?
Release
It'll be
day
already
is
packed for Friday.
Release day is Thursday, is it not?
I thought it was Friday. Honestly, I only heard about this movie today, to be honest.
It's one of them. I still don't know what the movie's about. My brother wants to watch it, so I'm just like, yeah, we'll go.
Everyone's just like, yo, it's Christopher Nolan, Interstellar.
It's like,
I'm like, okay.
every single thing I've heard about it is just how star-studded it is, and I'm just like, I don't know what this movie is about, but like, you guys want to watch it so much, so I guess I'll watch it.
Like, I slept through Interstellar. I said it.
I haven't watched Interstellar, so you know, all the same.
Watching Tenet and they still don't get it.
No, Tenet is good. I really like Tenet. Tenet is.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Like, first watch?
Tenet was really, really good. First watch, there are things I didn't understand, but I understood like 80% of it.
You think I would like it? The mind fuck of it all?
I think you enjoy how trippy it is. The getting it part of it. I think you enjoy the movie. I think it will confuse you, and I think you might give up at some point, to be honest.
He's the Inception dude?
He's the Inception dude.
I loved Inception.
Yes. He is the Inception dude. Inception is also just like insane too.
I feel like I want to rewatch that.
Fun fact: Inception was the very first movie I watched with my girl. Very first day when we met. There's a bit of love from me.
That's a special movie for you.
We actually haven't rewatched it since then, but yeah. So, you know, I'll see it. You guys will have my opinion when I'm streaming, because I will stream on Sunday, just not first thing. This is the first Sunday in like 2 months where I don't have anywhere to be. I don't like that my weekends are this busy. I'll be very honest, but like, it is what it is. Like,
next Sunday you're free for driver's lesson, right?
The one after this Sunday? PoE launch Sunday?
Bro, you dropped me for PoE launch last time. You can't use that twice.
I dropped you for PoE 2. This is 1. There's a difference.
Yeah, pick one.
There's a difference. Let me see.
I'm just joking.
I know.
I'm gonna be playing PoE.
The week after though, probably.
I'm going.
Just remind me.
For sure.
Wait, Kat?
Because I'm starting to feel like I can't remember it. Yeah, I mean, if she wants to come, I guess someone has to come.
My guy's like, Kishi wants to come.
Well, I'm just trying to do it because I can tell that like I'm forgetting shit again. So like,
yeah.
Because I don't want to forget, I'm just gonna make sure I at least go try for a little bit at least.
Yeah. That's a good idea, I think.
I want to actually like it, and I know I don't like it yet. So we gotta put the numbers in.
I think it'll be a while before you would like it. I think it'll be a while before anybody
Especially
would
in the
like it,
city.
simply because I wouldn't be in the city. It's just it's a lot. It's very
Stressful.
it's very mind consuming until it isn't, and when it isn't, you
How
don't
long
care
does it
about
take?
it.
Like, how many drives do I need to do for it to? I need to not be using full brain power. I want to put one hand on the wheel, and I want to be blasting music. When can I do that? Be real with me now.
Yes. Each person is different. I don't know how long it took for even me, because like my driving was kind of inconsistent. I went to school, all of that, and I will tell you, if you take like a break of like 6 months, you get back and you're a bit nervous. But like when I go back into driving, keep in mind this is me with like 3 years of experience. When I go back after coming to Canada, it took me like a week, and I was comfortable. But like while you're still figuring out everything you have to do and all that, I would say if you drive every single week, you're the person doing all the driving. You might be able to get the hang of it in less than a month, like to where you're using less brain power, less than a month. But that's like with a lot of like, if every single day
Like,
you
I'm like,
if you're
almost like I took over.
yes, exactly, like if every single day you drove, you will just start picking, like it's just layers will keep dropping where you start doing things instinctively. Does that make sense? I can't tell you when you drop certain layers, but like each time you drive consecutively, you'll be easier for you to pay attention to something you paid attention to last time, and then eventually you might not even think about doing that one thing, and then more things keep going in there, like things you don't have to actively think about to do the one thing. But I don't think that's a reality for you right now because of how spaced out the driving will be. So if you want a time frame, if you drive every single weekend and religiously, like you just go for a drive every single weekend, like let's say Sunday, maybe you drive some Saturdays too, just keep driving. Give it a few months probably, and
Yeah.
the most important thing is confidence. As you get confidence, things get easier.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
I'm trying to understand Reap in PTLI. My understanding of Reap so far, it's just a mechanic. My understanding of Reap so far is you do upfront damage, but the problem with my understanding is I don't know if it reduces the cooldown of Ignite or not, or the duration of the Ignite. My understanding was that it was like sadism, where you let's say you have a 1 second Reap duration. It would take 1 second off of the tail end of the Ignite, taking from 4 seconds to 3 seconds, but like you do that damage now. So you still do 4 seconds of Ignite damage. It's just now you did it in 3 seconds in real time. Does that make sense? Like that was my understanding of it. But I think in this video that I put on to just understand Reap cooldown recovery, Min-Maxi RPG mentions that it doesn't reduce the duration, something like that. So now it's like, so do we just keep the 4 seconds and you're just spamming that the damage he's taking? Yeah. It says deal a certain amount of true damage to the target equivalent to the damage from all dot effects over a certain period of time.
Oh, they made that shit true damage.
So my guess is because it's all dot effects, he might be right. It doesn't reduce the time. It doesn't reduce Ignite duration.
Oh, maybe I think before it became true damage, it used to do that.
But like this is a video from 2 months ago, so yeah, like it may be, but like I don't know what the old.
2 months ago.
They did a lot.
They removed repurification completely.
Oh, so that's what. Okay, let's start there, because like I was trying to look up repurification because he mentions it, or someone in the comments mentioned it, and I'm like,
Cut off last week. And
I went to the TLIDB to check, and what I was seeing for repurification just didn't seem like that was that strong. It's like ill omen stuff. It's like okay, like this is like okay, but
remember, because
I don't know what it was before.
That's why I didn't play dots.
I know that's why. I just don't know what it did before.
Before it was a must pick on rebuild. That's all you need to know.
I don't think minions have had access to it to begin.
If you just look up, you can probably find a guide where someone typed it in or posted a screenshot or something.
Repurification. I'll just search that. There we go. Additionally, settles 25% of the remaining total damage when reaping. Then removes all dot acting on the target.
That's why, yeah.
Settles 25% of the remaining total damage when reaping. So you don't want duration. You want as minimal duration as you can, so that the remaining total damage is going to be big. Then you take 25% of that and you do it instantly, and then it removes all the dots. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mm-hmm. I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
We did get repurification back last league, by the way. Maybe double check to see if it's back. If
No,
it's still in the game.
it's a core talent now, and it's Illumin effects stuff. It's like enemies.
You got a mod on. What of the items gave you a moon icon? Was that the hero memories? I had like a little crescent moon icon.
Yes, it was Luna fixes, revive that fixes.
Gave you...
I mean, I can check this.
I actually have a screenshot of it. I'll just send it to you.
Okay.
Because repurification is 25%, right?
Yeah.
I sent it to you. What it was? Because I actually was talking to someone about it a while back.
Additionally, settles 34% of the remaining total damage over time when repaid, then removes all damage. Yeah, this is basically but then they reduce it has less ailment duration, so interesting. Yeah. This was on somebody or just like the generic mod pool?
This is, I think it might have been on someone, I don't remember.
Okay.
I just remember looking that up.
Okay, settles. Let's just check that. It's a generic revived memory affix. Okay, so that's good to know. So I think that is the case where it doesn't actually remove the ignite, in which case Iris 2 has no advantage of Iris 1 single target DPS when it comes to ignites, because the biggest ignites will remain the biggest ignites. Now, granted, Iris 2 might be able to spam enough to where one high rolls and maybe becomes the bigger ignite, but like in the duration of that biggest ignite, all the hits, whether it's ultimate or enhanced, all of them are just going to be reaping. That's all they're going to be doing, because it's only the biggest ignites that gets to do damage. Technically, no, because I'm going to have 3 ignite stacks, so like the biggest 3 ignites in the end game, but like, same difference. So let's watch the video to the point where I think I'm satisfied with the reap parts conversation. Then we can continue.
Gain damage if it's like from an after. The ailments will not gain additional. How you'd get the wilt damage from ice lances
I want to buy the crab skin in PoE, the crab back
game.
Attachment. I just think it's silly and funny.
Crab back? Oh, the arms. Wait, which one?
The arms, like the arms in the back. It's like crab. It's like a crab arm and like.
I feel like I remember this. Was it in a mystery box at some point or something?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Now it's just in the store.
Yeah. By the way, Jellyfish Portal is in the store.
I have Jellyfish Portal. I've always had it. I got it from the box.
Yeah, I think that's where I've been seeing it. Either you or is it Gazi? I don't know if he uses Jellyfish. I think he does.
He uses everything. It's an MTX. He has it on equipped. 7,000 apparitions.
I have the apparition for Lycia.
I have that too. I think we got that as a drop, didn't we?
Was it? I don't remember when we got it.
They released a video on Twitch drops as well.
Yeah, so it's a cool rare finisher. It's something I could use.
It's kind of slow, lucky.
Yeah,
it takes
but
a while. It's like in cases they consider shattering, they shatter.
Yeah, but like all I use rare finishers for is just the bright light it shines when I kill a rare. Really. So long as it's a notable light, if it's not, I'll just keep using my fire guys, the ones that drop from the sky, because those guys are just boom dopamine. You kill the rare, you know. I like that.
Which one is that? The fire one? Is it the Sun Temple boss?
No, it's Sentinel of Radiance or Dominating
Oh,
Blue
yeah,
Violet. Those ones.
Well, those ones. do
those
they
are
do
drops.
rares? Those are uniques.
Is it just
Sentinel of Radiance is
uniques?
unique. Yeah, it's just uniques. Because I only really been noticing it in like Sanctum or Rogue Exiles. Sanctum is like because it'd be dropping because you should fight. You pretty much only fight unique monsters in Sanctum.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have that one. That's one of my favorite ones.
Then yeah, it probably might be unique. Then in which case, I'm in the market for a good rare one. So we'll see how it feels. I think the rare ones were like Breach, and the Breach confused me when I first equipped it, because I was seeing some Breach stuff.
I have the Sun Temple boss one. I like that one a lot.
That's one I've been using too.
He's just gooding every time. So as long as he feels pleasure, I guess.
Yeah, I have that one. He is the one where he pops a corpse or something.
Yeah, he appears.
Yeah.
Depending on the strategy, if you literally kill like 7 rares lined up, like 7 of him pops up, and that actually looks very satisfying.
No. One thing I would always say I like is PoEs drops out up the whole day versus tier light. I was like, oh, the stream is done yet. GG. You should have been here. Without your YouTube, none of that matters.
Tier light literally. Oh, you forgot? Oh.
Hey, yeah.
Carry team.
I just find that ridiculous. Like it's so crazy.
I was really shocked to see that Ben was on that shit. I didn't know they invited him.
I didn't even know what Ben looked like, if I'm being honest.
I knew what he looked like, but there's not that many pictures of him anymore. But we could, because he did all the other things.
The races.
The WoW races. Yeah, we knew what he looked like. I'd seen a picture here and there.
Yeah. All right, let me finish this video. Well, let me finish the read portion of this video.
Percent
if I can find it.
Skill damage as wilt damage, right? So the only way you could raise your base wilt damage was by raising the base of these
wait, but the way you see, here's the problem I have with this video. What he just described is, to me, I think that is the way it used to behave, which is deal percent of skill damage as ignite damage. That's the way they used to create modifiers for ailments, ignite, wilt, trauma. But then they changed all that 2 months ago. But like, this is after they change, unless he made this before the what?
Actually, I don't know. I don't know for sure. I don't think he released it after.
It's like this, unless it's like after patch notes, Baba dropped it instantly. Let me see where it is in his Lunaris season reveal. You thought it was called Lunaris? Wasn't it Lunaria? Oh, he just kept calling it Lunaris. Okay, never mind. I thought that was AI mistake, but like, yeah, he thinks it's Lunaris. All right, cool. This came, I don't know what day, but like it's after the reveal. Reveal was 3 months ago. This came a few videos after. I don't know the release cadence, so who knows? There isn't even a build update here. Yeah, there isn't even a build update here, so I can't even say, oh, this is this, you know, and so therefore it was after launch or before launch. Like I don't know. But it does say different amount of months ago, so I want to assume it was during Lunaria.
Your base wilt damage was by raising the base of these Ice Lance's damage.
Unless, let's check Ice Lance real quick. Let's just see. Maybe Ice Lance actually still has Um, ice corrosion. Additional damage to enemies on Frost Terra. Shotgun. Yeah, so Iceland is just an example. It's not. It doesn't have any wield scaling of, as you might imagine.
But things like additional cold damage and stuff like that would not scale the wilt because you're just trying to scale the wilt. So that this may be confusing to some of you, but this is how dots work in this game. Persistent dots like mind control can be scaled. Like you can like burning shot, where you do get a portion of the skill as ignite. And there are a few skills. It's important to read the skills that you're using.
Let's check burning shots. I assume this one would still have percent of your skill damage as ignites. Cast this and shoot one blazing arrow dealing weapon damage and additional increasing ignite damage dealt. This skill causes an explosion upon hitting an ignited enemy, dealing true damage equal to 100% of the DPS taken by the enemy to enemies within 3 meters of radius and dealing secondary fire damage. Is there anything that converts? When supported skills deal explosions deal damage, additional ignite damage taken by enemies for 4 seconds. This is honestly not a bad support skill with this. But anyways, like honestly not. I don't see anything here that suggests it still uses the old mechanic for ignites. So I think I have to assume this was released before the season launched, where we had access to like Ill Omen and stuff, but like with like TLIDB, but we hadn't played it yet. So like in this period after the reveal, but before, I think this is the period he probably released this video.
Using for your dot, because sometimes it will specify otherwise that is not how the element works, but normally it's just the base damage of whatever you're giving it to. Okay, so that's the how you get your base damage. And now you have another mechanic called a reap, and this is what confuses a lot of newer players. What is reap? So let's say you have a 1 second reap with a cooldown of 1 second, right? So what the 1 second reap is all it is it's going to deal it's like a hit almost, right, quote unquote, because it's not actually a hit, but you can kind of like think of it that way mentally. It will deal a portion of the dot to the enemy that it would have done over that seconds, right? If you have a 1 second reap and then your reap goes off cooldown, and it will suck that like dot that you would have done over the course of 1 second into one hit splat, right? It's not a hit, but it's a damage, whatever you want to call it. Damage application. It'll all happen at once, right?
To damage
It's
instance.
settling it, but it doesn't actually remove the dot. It just deals that damage as if the dot lasted that long all at once, right? So all you have is that you have the base time of the reap. So if it's 1 second, you can increase how long of a portion that it will deal the damage instantly to. So if you have a 1 second reap and then you get 10-second duration, you will have a 1 minute 10-second reap, right? Or whatever, sorry, a 1 second reap. You will have a 1.1 second reap. Sorry, excuse me.
So Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to Google it and I'm going to hope I see something. Torchlight Infinite Reap. Explained. Please, something recent. Let's see what the AI overview says, and then we'll check Reddit. Only settles the dots you apply, ignores dots dealt by minions or other players. Well, we're going to ignore that because that would have implications for my minions, which I assume it means they won't reap my dots, which is fine. But I hope they can reap each other's dots, because if they can't, that'd be a problem. Okay, so I don't know how helpful that was. Let's put a time restriction of past. Let's see past here. Hmm. My God. No information. Let's see more from Reddit, I guess. Let's see this. You have a reap as 1 per 1 second every 1 second. You gain 100% reap CDR, 50% reap duration. Your reap now does every 0.5 seconds. I don't know why I did found this funny. So somebody writes, I don't really know how it works exactly, but to my testing, it's good for big hits. Like with rip cooldown, you get small hits more, but with rip duration, you get bigger hits but lower amount of time. And scaling both at the same time doesn't seem to be efficient. Then somebody replies, I don't understand how you got there. These are two individual scaling vectors that scale with each other, but thinking scaling both is bad. Like that's like saying building crit chance or crit multi, but not both. And then my guy replies, as I said, I don't really know how it works.
You didn't fucking lie. Like, that's better.
I don't just like. I mean, he did say he doesn't know how it works.
And he followed up with the fucking nothing burger.
Oh my
I don't know how it
God.
works, but that's my hypothesis.
Jesus. Holy. All right.
He was going to get called out. It's like, I'm going to protect myself.
He pre-fired that shit. CDR reap yada yada. Try to understand reap CDR. There's a cap with breakpoint to achieve some streamer yada yada. No limits. Why don't you pick this yada yada yada? Blink resets your channel stacks on every channel stack. Oh yeah, I just remember the affliction effect only applies to minions if you get the minion specific affliction effect. So that is going to be a must-have talent node for us, which is under the warlord branch, which just honestly might mean our unironically.
Again.
Yeah, it means our slates might honestly be God of Might. Because we have Affliction Effect, which is big. But we also have there was another modifier we cared a lot about. What was it? I think it's all Warlord stuff. What else did we care to pen against ignited enemies? Dots pen in this game, so that'll be good. Is that all? That honestly might be all. Just affliction effects. Because this doesn't work. Inflicted one additional ignite wouldn't work. But this is a big multiplier. But we can also just get this modifier on two, two falling starlights and still go God of Machines. Like that's always an option. Increased minion fire damage per 12 strength is also going to be huge because we're going to be strike stacking instead of ints this time. Stacking in code because we're not really stacking anything. It's just we'll have like 400 strength, which is not a lot in this game. Okay. So I think that is like the only warlord node we actually do care to replicate. I thought there was a second one, but it doesn't look that way. Whereas, oh yeah, I almost forgot. We haven't spoken about bond at all, so we should talk about that. I still haven't seen anything talking about Reap. You know what? Wasn't there? What is that Dawn's website called? Heroic. Core mechanics, please. Does this filter just not work? My guy, does this filter not work? The fuck? Oh. Ailments, sure. Ignites. Deals fire that apply true hits with fire damage and base ignite damage can stack but is capped. Weaker stacks are overwritten when the cap is reached. Oh, they're overwritten. Duration 4 seconds. Okay. Scaling ailments. So this is not quite what I was looking for. I'm looking more for Reap. Damage over time. I think this is where I'll see Reap. Causes dots to jump ahead of time, instantly removing life equal to the damage dealt over the Reap time. Okay, but that doesn't... These descriptions, I mean, I know what Reap does, but like it's not telling me what I want to know. The key time. Reap is not direct damage, but scales with your dot DPS and Reap time modifiers. Reap has a cooldown that can reduce the Reap cooldown recovery speed. Multiple Reap sources can affect the same enemy simultaneously. That I knew. Because like there's two universes. Universe 1, Reap reduces the overall dot time. This is important to know because if in theory with all these the crits damage scaling we're going to have, if we have too much Reap and we're able to like fully consume our ignite before the cooldown of our ultimate is done, then that's a problem. That is problem number 1. Situation number 2, I guess not problem number 1, situation number 1. Situation number 2, it doesn't actually touch the actual duration of the Reap, of the dot, in which case it doesn't matter. you know, like it's going to last for 4 seconds. They're also going to be back in 1 second. We're chilling. So this is I'll just ask the Taillight Discord. And hopefully I get an answer soon. Because like at this point, nobody's actually answering the question. Like they're explaining it and they're doing a fine job by explaining it, but they're not being specific enough, I guess. Does reduce the ignite duration by the amount of time reaped, or is the ignite still going to tick for all 4 seconds? I think that is my questions, and hopefully I get the reply. All right, while the potential reply is in the works, let's move on from Reap, because I don't think we're going to get an answer at this point. Like, I don't really want to go through the streets of Reddit trying to really find it. Like, not really, you know. Okay. So one of the biggest modifiers or damage scalars that they are introducing in this season is going to be Bond. Not James Bond, just Bond. And this guy is kind of weak by himself. He is, let me pull him up real quick. Burning shots, we don't need you, so Bond. Now, Bond baseline is a buff. What it does is each stack gives you 40% increased minion damage. You know, nothing fancy. 10% minion attack, cast, and MS. Not bad. As well as 50% less damage taken by minions. And this probably has Moto's drooling all around the world. That 50% less damage taken. Because those synthetic tropes, we don't talk about them. You get 3 max stacks baseline, which means baseline you can have 120% increased minion damage by just having Bond, which is a lot of damage to start off the game with, which means on our trait 1 we might be going Bond until, you know, until further notice.
Archon. Basically, right?
It's not Archon. It's Archon. No, Archon has an activation condition and it has downtime. Bond doesn't have downtime once it's up unless the minion dies. But I think each minion has its own bond stack from the way it reads, because then minions lose all bond stacks when they are defeated. So
is that problematic to keep track of DPS? I guess not, because at some point they'll all have it.
They're just gaining bond. They're not dying. Like, where you on Iris at least, they're not dying. Like, even if a Magi loses all life and they're reconjuring, they are not defeated. It's only Moto minions that can get defeated. So Magi should never lose bond stacks. Moto minions, they can lose bond stacks, but you know, we don't talk about the lesser minions here. All right, we are Magi supremacists. Let's focus on Magi's. So this is an okay mechanic. It takes 6 whole bumbleclad seconds to get a stack of bond. So to get 3 stacks, you're taking 18 seconds. That means you get into your map and 18 seconds go by before you're at max DPS. Let's just say as you're leveling through the campaign. But there is a saving grace, and that is talents. Well, not just talent, but there is a stat called bond gaining speed. This directly modifies the time that it takes for you to get bond stacks. So at 100% bond gaining speed, you gain it twice as fast. So instead of taking 6 seconds, it takes 3 seconds. Now, just from the tree alone, micro talents can get 15%, which means this is God of Machine. So you can get three stacks of this. So that's already 45% bond gaining speed. So we can just do that real quick, 45%. And then we have the medium talent that gives 30% each point. That can go to 3 as well. So that's an extra 90. So 90% there. And then the legendary talent, which would be able to get 1 point, would be an extra 50. So 50. Then, well, we don't get any marks from anywhere. So like that means baseline, just you go all the bond speed nodes on the first tree, which also have minion damage. So you're going to get them anyways. You already have 185% bond gaining speed. What does 185% bond gaining speed look like? You do 6 divided by 2.85. And that is 2 second bond time. So already your 3 stacks have been cut down to 6 seconds and you have all 3. Well, 6.3, but very big difference between 18 and 6. Very big difference. Now, once you have this, if you want to take it a step further, you have access to other modifiers. Like, for example, this legendary talent, we were at 185, right? You can get this on Slate. It's a Divinity 1 modifier, but you can get it on Slate. So that's an extra 50%, right? You can get, even if it's just one instance of the medium, which is 30%, that's an extra 50 plus 30. But if you do decide to go like Space Rift, that 30% could easily double to 60. So let's say without Space Rift, you're looking at 265. With Space Rift, it's 295. That already brings it down to 6 divided by 265, right? So that's 3.65, which is 1.6 seconds of bond time. We've barely invested, but like this is already, it will take you 16 seconds to get 10 stacks. And this is assuming you can get 10 stacks. I think my math puts us at about 8 maximum stacks, or 9, really, if you really want to push bond. And I'll talk about them in a bit, but this is very, very good. You get your stacks very quickly. You actually, even for SS that I was very worried about bond, like retrying SS20 if you die and all that, considering it takes the boss, like once you click the thing, it takes like 3 seconds for him to spawn. That's already time to gain some bond. You're really only waiting like 10-ish seconds, which is not a lot of time considering you might have wanted to wait for other reasons, maybe full bloom. You know, there are other reasons why you would want to wait a bit. I think there was a reason I wanted to wait on my last setup, and oh yeah, to summon my synthetic troops. That was why, I think. So like there are already reasons to wait a very short amount of time before each attempt. This amount of bond gain speed makes it very, very comfy, I think, to where you don't actually even have to wait. You can actually, as you're gaining, by the time you're naturally going to want to click, you'd already be more than half of your stacks in. Right, you know, so like it doesn't, and then it doesn't take much longer into the fight to get to max stacks. So then you would think, oh, that's cool. But then are we still doing all of these for just 40% increased minion damage times, 10 times 8? And the answer is no. The additional damage for each stack of bond will be very, very nice for Moto, like I said. But the real reason you would go bond is not necessarily for the tree. It is for the uniques, because it has some packed uniques. Like when I say some insanely packed unique. Firstly, Endless Fortress. This is a unique item that's typically relatively cheap early in the season. Like you don't spend a lot on the item. I don't like that this isn't playing music, so let's just always leave audio on. Let's increase it a bit, just for a bit of background noise. Let's check Torchlight to make sure nobody has answered. Nobody has answered. Search. We move on. All right. This is a very common-ish unique, I would say. It comes with a core talent. So you just get 25% additional life just because you're using it. You can gain max synthetic troops, or you can lose max. So you probably want to get a 0 or more here. But the main multipliers is. Just by having bond, this doesn't scale per bond, it is while having bond. So just by having one stack of bond, you gain 40% additional damage from this chest piece. And of course, there's going to be the corrosion, which will give you an extra bro. Torchlight DB, I hope you're not down. What is going on there? I don't know what that was. Anyways, it will give you an extra 55% additional minion damage while you have bond. So this will end up being a very, very strong early game unique. I think it's something we should definitely be considering. Is there something to definitely consider in any case? Now, asides this guy, the real reason I think that I will be embracing bond for the most part is going to be this guy right here, Uro's Bond. But then this Ocean of Rock, I think, is typically a treasure trove item. I think I remember I dropped it from treasure troves. Could be wrong, but it's a very common amulet. And this one just gives you an, it just gives you an extra, it just gives you boss. And now boss is the ability to gain bond, which is very important if you want to have any sort of interaction with bond, rather than shrink back, which is what it used to give before. So that means Ocean of Rock is actually going to be usable early game before you go for your other amulets. So before you go for maybe Ladies Tier, or actually maybe not, I don't know when. I think it's droppable in a treasure trove, but I could be wrong. I guess I'm in game, so I could quickly check. Where are the treasure troves and what do they drop? So starting here, we drop Pentagram Astrolabe. Is that what I was thinking about? It kind of looks a lot like, but that's not it. Still Pentagram. I think those are the only two treasure troves here. All right, here we have Pentagram still. I guess that's always a possible drop. That can't be the only treasure trove here, right? Please highlight treasure troves, I beg you. There. Okay, cool. Let's go back to make sure we didn't miss anything. Over there. Okay, cool. Then here we have Born in Fire. Okay, so it's not it is not a treasure trove item, but it is a very common item from, I think, it means it's probably just a common item from, what's that chest? Mystery chest, most likely. So depending on how easy it is to get, this might be a before Queen's Tier type of upgrade, or it might be an after. Because what this effectively means is, I don't know if you guys know this, but you see this orders, boss is going to be here. So it's going to be, you either take orders or boss. So by having boss on the amulet, you can have bond, which means you can now switch to orders, which is basically an extra keystone or an extra core talent, which is huge. So another early game unique to keep an eye out. But Uros's bond is an insane item. This is an overstacked item. I don't know how rare it's going to be. Nobody knows, but this is going to be this is an overstacked item. This is an item and a half. So this item, what it does is it basically turns every stack of bond and gives you a multiplier on it. You just get multiplicative minion damage for each stack of bond. So now every one stack is going to give you additional minion damage, which is huge. Additionally, it's going to give you 23 to 25% of damage transfer to a random minion while you have bond. This is an insane amount of damage transfer, my guys. It is very wild. And for comparison, My current character has 70%. On any individual piece that was insane, my belt, it's base affix. This is the best single source I have. It is 16%. 16. That item drops to a minimum of 23%. The best my current character has in the current season is 16. 7 under the minimum of that unique. And it's a unique. It can be corroded. So when you corrode it, the new minimum becomes 28 to 30%. Almost
you know where it drops
doubling.
from right now?
No, we don't. It drops everywhere in Netherrealm, but we don't know how rare it's going to be. That is what we don't know. We don't know how rare it's going to be, and we don't know if it's locked behind any tiers, like, you know, profound, T8. We don't know. So all of a sudden, this unique, which is probably going to be my chest, by the way, is so stacked that you just want to use it. And of course, the additional damage corroded is up to 24% additional minion damage for each stack of bond. And like I said, we can get to up to 9 stacks of bond. That gives you 24 times 9. 216% additional damage when it's all said and done. Now, there's a very healthy amount of investment that goes into this. But at this stage, by just equipping Euros's bond, you have 16% additional minion damage. You have 360% increased minion damage. You have 90% increased minion attack and cast speed and move speed. And then you have like 450% less damage taken by your minions. It's a lot. It is a lot. So it makes the investment into bond worth it. And for max stacks of bond, where you can find them is you can find base affix of rings has +1 max, so you can have 2 rings. That's 2 max. Ultimate affix of rings is another 2 max, so that's 4 total so far. Well, I said +2. No, ultimate is +1, but you can have 2, so that's +2. So now that's 4 stacks between 2 rings, plus your 3 base, that's 7 stacks. Then we have Burning Aggression, which is +1 max. That would give us 8 max. And then the 9th is Vorax belts, because you can get ultimate modifiers from the ring. So that's your 9th spot. I've heard there is a double Kismets, but it's not easy searching for Kismets in this on DB for some reason. Like it's kind of difficult. There is no one place I know of that has, let's see, Destiny, please have it. Maybe here, actually. Okay, this one does have its bond. And then there's a dual Kismet that has +1, so that's 10 potential max stacks of bond. Okay, so we can get up to 10 stacks. And at 10 stacks, you have 240% additional damage. You have 400% increased minion damage. You have 100% increased minion attack speed, attack cast speed, and MS. You have your other effects while having bond, because your other while having bond effects, some of which include this one is also something you can get for each stack of bond. 20% minion crit for every 1 stack of bond. That gives you plus 200% minion crits, and you can have 2 of these, because if you go for machinists as a tree, you can have machinists, you can have this there, and you can have a slate. So that's 400% to crit strike rating, which is a lot. That's a fair amount. So there's a lot you can scale off of bond to where I think it might be worth actually embracing bond. It's a lot of opportunity cost. Don't get me wrong. Like, it is investment, because like that is you investing your 2 base affixes on ring, which is a very powerful slot. You know, That is the only space where you can find curse on hits right now on rings. I mean, you can get it on amulet as well, but like it has curse on hits, it has ailment immunity. There's reasons why you would want to not go for it on your base affixes. That's one of high opportunity cost. It also takes 2 kismet slots for the bond slot from there. So that is a lot of investments for the kismet slots. 2 slots is big, 2 mediums is big. You're also looking at where else did we get it from? Ultimate affixes. Ultimate affixes, you're looking for growth there. Growth is a huge one. If we look at this guide here, what else were we going for ultimate on the rings? Because it's very, very contested. We're going for early and erosion rares. This time around, we probably wouldn't do that, but that is something you have access to. You have access to double damage as an ultimate mod. You have access to, like I said, some pretty good. I can just check here. There's hybrid early erosion res, which is a lot of res. It's the reason I was able to cap my res on this build, which I need to think about actually. I actually need to think about how I'll cap my res I1 or I2, especially if I'm going a unique chest. I guess I had a unique chest that I could do it. I could fit it. So probably a very similar setup to what I have here in terms of gear. All the res will still be res. The uniques will probably still be uniques. The Vorax will still be belts. This will be a unique deal, so that is -1 res that I have to figure out. So yeah. And of course, again, that's also your chest piece slot on top of everything we just said. That is still taking your chest piece slot. But that's a lot of additional minion damage, like 240%. Even miniature Void Sea doesn't get that much. Void Sea right now, as you can see, is capped at it is capped at 120% additional minion damage. That is half of the potential damage you can get from that chest piece. And the chest piece still has damage transfer. So like I said, it's a very strong chest piece, no doubt. And I definitely think I will be bond stacking because A, it will feel very different to what I currently have, and B, it doesn't affect me too badly. I wouldn't be getting growth on affixes, which is a shame, but like I'll still go for timid. I wasn't going for dream affixes on my weapons anyways. I need to find a different source. Do I even need a source of focus blessings? I probably don't. So I just focus on tenacity blessings because I'm not going Winter of Origin this time. Like Winter of Origin, this is a legacy mod now. This is a legacy mod now, so it doesn't exist anymore, which means no reason to go Winter of Origin. Like this is still a big, reason you would want to go Winter, but like what I plan on going for instead, I forget the name of the unique actually. I should check this. Is Ignite. It's an Ignite belt that I plan on Voraxing. It is called this guy, Everburn Thunderfire. By having this Voraxed, I will have 1 ignite limits when affected by, so enemies affected by numbed, and then 1 extra stack of numbed. I don't know if that'll actually, I don't know if that will allow my minions to stack 2 stacks of numbed. I don't actually know, but we'll see. So there's that. And then for the second, because we're going to have 2 max, it's going to be that. The other source of +1 ignite, I think, comes from here, because I think there's just an ignite limit one, this guy. So there's going to be an ultimate affix as well as the Vorax. So that's going to be 3 max ignite. And then I give my minions the belt with comradeship or whatever it's called. This guy. This one. Minions gain the belts bonuses, so then they in turn gets 3 ignite stacks. And then I figure out other things to give them that I actually want to have on my belt, you know. There are other modifiers that I think that someone pointed out that could be cool. Stuff like I don't actually know if they were ultimates or if they were advanced. I would imagine advanced, but they could be basic as well. But it was something along the lines of reap when sure I can find I think I can find someone just answered me and said no reduction in duration, so it still lasts for all seconds. Ah, that's good to know. Anyways, I feel like I should have saved the picture of the belt, but maybe I did not. There it is. There it is. This is it. I knew I wouldn't just let that picture go. So something like this, except the lone walkers were too broke for lone walkers. We're going for a +1 here anyways. So it can potentially have reap X amount of damage over time when inflicting ignites, when inflicting wilt, and when inflicting trauma. The reason we can't use these mods is because my minions can't actually inflict wilt or trauma. We're going to use ignites because that's an extra reap source, but not wilt or trauma. Now, because there are 3 of them, I had to assume they are suffixes and they are basic affixes. Yeah, there they are. Trying to get specific basic affixes will also increase the cost of any Vorax by a lot, because I don't plan on having basics typically, so I probably wouldn't even bother with it if I'm being honest, just to keep it cheaper. But something I could consider, I guess. But yeah, that is going to be the plan. We get +3 ignite and then 2 stacks of numbed, and then we go for, assuming that second mod even matters. What if I do ultimate advanced legendary mod? Like, let me show you guys what I mean. So for proof, what if I do ultimate advanced and then the legendary mod, the +1 ignites, and I do ultimate advanced and basic? The ultimate will always replace the one I want, and the advanced will always replace the one I want because they are split up. Yeah, so that would still work, but I can only start doing that once I have the basic in place. So I guess the question then would be, I think I would wear the belt to see if my minions actually apply to numb stacks, and if they do, is numbed even worth it? Is it numbed like specifically lightning damage? It probably isn't, but let me check just in case. Battle mechanics, ailment, where's ailment? Numbed. Yeah, each stack of numb increases lightning damage. I don't care about numbed. Never mind. Yeah, so that we don't care about that modifier. Numbed is on like shock is specifically for lightning damage. Okay, cool. So that's that. We've also gotten our answer for the reap. So Iris 1 has no downsides when it comes to that, is what that means, which is very, very nice. So we're going to get 1 modifier from here, and we're going to try to fit the basic on the suffixes, the reap suffix, and then go from there. I guess we could also just do affix like strength and dex, but this dex will break my what's his face, my Anubis. So no, nah, I'm good. Mm, so that's the kind of idea. We have Bond, we have Ignite, Max Ignite. What else am I thinking about? I've explained the biggest difference between this season and next, which is Bond. I also have to figure now. This is the point where I probably want to start adjusting this. A, we don't need friend nemesis anymore, and if anything, we're going to be going Eurosys Bond. Most likely, we're going to be going plus max plus one, bruh. There, plus one Bond. And for ultimate affixes, I don't think I have any more space for res than last time. So honestly, I think this ultimate affix is here to stay. But let me think. Troublemaker. How important is it that I go Troublemaker? It is multiplicative spirit mages damage but less attack cast speed. For my current and enhanced version, I felt the less attack cast speed was imperative for my build, so I don't run out of nourishment. For the next build, I'm going to stay ultimate, so it shouldn't be an issue. Mini Tough Guy is also there for perma growth, which really helps the growth scaling. Spirit Magi crit is fine. Ultimately, though, my next build is going to have... Oh yeah, my next build is aura stacking. So that means I get to do what my last build did. I get to go into cheat mode. So I have 3 auras. I would have 3 auras, and for one of them, I can just do this. Early res. So I would have early res, energy fortress, and then 1 DPS on my bar. And then my boots will have the second DPS aura. Now in the ideal universe, I'll be able to have this guy as a DPS aura as well. But like I'm not doing Iris 1 without having Blink. I'm sorry. It's not happening. Like it is just not happening. Blink was so comfy this league, and to think next league I'm going to have way worse uptime on Blink is kind of sad to think. You know, like this was... I would have really liked to be able to do this. I think my Blink will be... I'll still have 4 stacks, but I think it'll be something like this for cooldown. Where, like, currently I would be trolling by using it that slow, but it's probably fine. I wish I could scale max distance, I guess. Or something. Like, I don't know. Cooldown is really the thing that would make you feel good. And I don't think I have the cooldown mod, do I? Actually, no. Since I switch, I probably do. Wait, I don't? Actually, don't. So I never got the cool... Well, I did get it. I just replaced it because I didn't need it. There's a mod. I mean, I'll have this one. But there's a mod that's like 35. I actually have it in my stash. Let's go there. This one of you has it. Where is it? Did I never get it? Pretty sure I did. Wait, these are my old ones. This guy. 35% of bonuses for move speed is also applied to cooldown, recovery speed, or mobility skills. And then 70% of the movement speed or bonuses for movement speed is also applied to the attack and cast speed or mobility skills. So this mod, the 35% of bonuses for move speed should help some form. We got some movement speed on God of Machines. I don't know if you guys saw that, but pretty big. God of Machines. Hasting has MS now. The Hasting node has 10% MS, so that's nice. And then we get 2% MS on a micro talent, so that's up to 6%. So from this tree we get 16% MS, which should help just a little bit. And then with Lone Walkers we get to 50% MS, which is basically where these boots are at. And then where else are we getting MS from? Is there anywhere else? That's probably it. Yeah, that's probably it. Can't think of a different other source. Unless we go swiftness, do and troll on 50% MS, which is not that much. There is pack spirits, but yeah. Pack spirits is a big commitment because that effectively means dropping Drapion, which honestly might not be a bad idea later, just for speed farming. But whenever I did it here, while I could indeed feel it, like if I go from Drapion to Preserver of Eternity, which has the MS if you haven't been hit, you'll feel the increase in MS, that's for sure. But once you get hit, that number kind of just goes down. So yeah, not a great solution, and we don't have access to, we're not going to be touching swiftness, so we'll probably do something similar to what we did this season in that regard, where if we really want speed mapping and we're overskilled for the content, we just swap out something. Typically it's our power skill, but I guess next time will be our mark skill. We'll swap that out for whatchamacallit. We'll swap out the mark skill for swiftness due. What happened there where I lost my train of thought is because I just remembered that I need to actually scale the number of times my mark skill hits, because it needs to hit 8 times every 4 seconds. So twice a second. So 0.5 is the minimum I would want for maximum uptime on it. Marked Rain of Arrows, Heart Piercer, I think it is. Could be wrong. Bruh. Yeah, recently. Okay, so it is 0.5 seconds. So that means I only need to proc it once every 0.5 seconds, which means I don't necessarily need... I can go for a max rolling instructions, maybe. Skill... is 0.5 seconds should be fine. Of course, wind rhythm also works. Well, maybe not wind rhythm, because this is specifically spell skills that deal damage. This is an attack skill. I believe it's an attack skill. Let me see. It's an attack skill. So we can't use wind rhythm. We can use rhythm, I think. Yeah, we can use rhythm. And that would also work, but this costs. I mean, it's this late in the league, so that's why that is cheap. Typically not cheap, but yeah. Do I have any currency on my character? I don't think I have. Yeah, I left myself very broke. Oh, did I? I saw the cleanse springs apparently. So I'm not as broke as I thought. All right, let's see. There has to be something cheaper than that. Yeah, 110. And then we use it here, let's say. Marked Rain of Arrows. Rhythm.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Is that the Mark Twin of? Oh, it is the Mark Twin of ours. Okay. Cool. So that's all I need to do. An enemy hits then gets Giga crit multiplier. I think honestly, when it's all said and done, right, at the end of the day, I will have more fun scaling Iris 1, but I would have more fun playing Iris 2. And that is a tough decision to make. But I think ultimately we're going to be Iris 1. Everything I think, whenever I think about scaling this build, the mindset I am in when I go about thinking about it is Iris 1. Though that could also just be because it's more recent. What is the default max stacks of Breeze? I think 10. You're up to 10 stacks, and then you gain max stacks from this guy, Iris. This gives you max stacks, so you get up to 7 max stacks. So that gives you 16 times 17. So 70% additional spirit mages damage, which is honestly pretty decent. Even with the less, like that's a good damage multiplier. But the funny thing is, my build isn't really one that, okay, that's not true. I'd say it's not one that really benefits from 1 to max spirit magi, but with the way Reap scales, I think it honestly might mean a lot to have that extra DPS minion. All right, we're decided. We're going Iris 1. Screw mobility. We'll wheelchair it up. Worst case scenario. I think because of the simple fact that we have a lot of Magi and all these other things, it's going to be very hard to get the sealed mana compensation required to have 4 auras. So I'm going to cope on that and say one of my minions should be here. 3 auras like I did 2 seasons ago. And then the 4th aura coming from the boots, which means we cannot use boots that require more than 4 auras. Technically. Right? Because module auras would not count? Question mark? Boots. Dex. Lone walkers. No, they would actually count. So if I have this, it just means I have to get an aura on my minion, which makes it very sketch trying to corrode my own lone walkers because you can always divine and bind, which is scary. Scary thoughts. Boo. Lol. So we Iris 1 it up. We take our wheelchair disadvantages, you know, and we move. I think overall, I will probably have more fun scaling that than Iris 2. Through the different scaling vectors and everything. Plus, I mean, it's also less brain power because I already have an Iris 1 guide out. So like, it's a lot. The things I want to get are things I already wanted to get. Like a lot of these are going to stay the same. Like this is not going to have origin, but it's going to be built anyways. This is not this, you know, the sources of res might be the same. Boots becomes a unique. We probably go precise early res alongside precise energy fortress alongside, what was that third affix again? The third one, damage aura, and then this amulet becomes a unique. So this helmet is not staying unique. So we're not going to be using troublemaker. Without using troublemaker, does that change anything for Iris 1 or Iris 2? Not really. We lose explode, but that's kind of fine. I think the explode is based on overkill damage, right? Overflown damage, which is not really the. It's not that good with dots. So Troublemaker is gonna go for a rare. Miniature Void Sea probably stays. Probably. So this becomes a unique. This becomes a unique. What color is this? Okay. Wrong one. And then this becomes a rare. This becomes a unique. But I don't need as much LE res. I need erosion res, but not nearly as much LE res because I'm going to be stacking aura effects. And because I'm stacking aura effects, these modifiers also change because now I want a lot of sealed mana compensation anywhere I can get it. Because sealed mana compensation equals aura effects. And more reservation room, of course. And which is why we go rare helmets, because this can give us a lot of sealed mana compensation, aura effect, yada yada yada. Craft, Intel. Sealed mana comp. Anyone? There. Sealed mana comp and aura effects. Where's aura effects? Can you not gain aura effects? Huh. So I guess it just supports skill level and sealed mana comp. This is going to be big for this guy. I forget his name. Precise protection field. This would cap it at 40, which is huge because that just means we get to like precise protection field at level 40, 9.9, basically 10%. And if these are going to be 10% each, we're going to have two of them, so that's already 20%. Then Rose's bond is going to be under 25%. That gives us 45% damage transfer. Then our belt is 16%. That's 61%. Then we have two sources of 8% from the tree, as well as the tree and slates. I lost my track. So 61%, I think tree and slate 16%. That is 77%. I lost track. Let's just do this. 20% plus 25 from Urus's bond, plus 16 from belts, plus 8 from tree, plus 8 from... Yeah, it's on 7. I was right. Okay. 8 tree, 8 slates. And where else do we get this stat from again? 20% from Nature's Party. 97%. Nice. And then if we really wanted to, we could get 6% from synthetic troops. We probably wouldn't go this far, but the whole reason why we might want to do this is this caps at 90%. But by having synthetic troops there, I might be able to swap my belt affix, which puts me back to 87. Without the belt affix, and then the belt base affix can then go into something else. Is there any belt base affix that's worth it, or do I just skip it? Belt Vorax. Base affixes. Is there anything here I care for? Apparently, affliction effect doesn't work if you give it to your minions, so that's not good. Mana comp is okay. Base ailment damage is trash. I guess not for me. I would want this because then this is easy. Dirty tricks. Origin effect is honestly not bad. Honestly. But considering that this is a possibility, 20% here. I don't know if I just want to take 20% here because 16% isn't available there. This would have been this is the best alternative because this gives my minions focus blessings, which is 16% more damage when they have 4 of them. But I don't know if they're going to be hitting so fast that they would always be fully stacked on this because there is 4. You can get 4 focus blessings, 4 agility blessings, and I would want them to have those sets, right? Oh. Oh. You see, this is what I'm talking about here. So this would mean I can skip boss. It also means I can skip, because the alternative was either go boss or take an ultimate affix on my amulets. Because amulets can roll it up. Necklace. You can roll as an ultimate affix, can obtain bond, you know. Pretty okay. 5% minion damage. ETC. It's fine here. It's fine. But this is also a piece that can have sealed mana comp aura effects. And all things considered, I think I'd want those to be my ultimate affixes. Actually, no. My amulet, I keep forgetting. My amulet is Warden's Breastpin. So I can't actually have this. I'm going Warden's Breastpin, so I can't use these modifiers, which is which means if I want bond somewhere else that is not on the tree, I'm going to have to get it somewhere else. Okay, so that's done. So maintenance is started. That's fine. So where else can we get bond? Belt Vorax cannot roll amulets, so that's not happening. Amulets, ultimate suffix. I guess in theory, what I could also do is I could go Vorax chest, get Uros's bond in there alongside this ultimate affix, because I think chess pieces should be able to roll modifiers. I don't know. Gloves, chest, armor. Okay, so it can't. So that means it would have to be helm. Helmet and necklace affixes. So it has to be either a necklace or a helm. If I wanted to have that modifier. I guess if I want to be able to skip going legendary amulets. Why do I want to go helmets again? I wanted to go a rare helmet because it allows me to run. Oh, that'd be cool. But anyways, it allows me to run support skill levels as well as sealed mana comp. Or, I mean, I'll probably be going sealed mana comp anyways. But yeah, it allows me to do that. This would not compare to Troublemaker's damage from a pure damage point of view, but it's a lot of survivability. I also don't have a source of barrier, which I guess is okay, but I might have to figure that out because I do believe they have removed shrink back. No, they moved shrink back to machinists. So it still exists. It's just a 24 points node competing with max bond and 25% more minion damage. What are the legendary minions in here? There's the bond one, which is big. Max summonable, which is something I would want anyways. Probably not. But there's also more bond gain speed here to make it even faster. And then this is the big reason you'd want to go machinists for the base ailments for dirty tricks. Okay. So we've settled that these are probably going to be the uniques. In the worst case scenario, Lone Walker. I should have enough res to where I only need erosion res. So all of a sudden, I will need erosion res here, maybe here. But in the ideal universe, everything else should be settled by aura effects and elemental resistance, precise early res. This gives us 8.1% early res level 20. So by the time I have a few hundred, like if I have a 100% aura effect, that is only 16 to all early res. Not the greatest. I kind of now wish I could check my aura effects, but then again, my aura effect in my current build is not necessarily what I would be seeing with Lone Walkers. What about non-precise early res? A certain amount of early res. Okay. Why does this show 8.1 and this show 12%? Oh no, this is wait, what? So regular early res also has the less early damage taken. I didn't even know that. Okay. But this is the precise version. I don't know why this is 8.1 and this is 10%. Maybe it's the next level. Maybe, I don't know. But then there's value in scaling this level. So maybe passive skill levels might be a play as well. All right, so the plan for this guide is I'm going to make the updates to at a very minimum. The skill sections, I'm basically going to try to change everything regarding this build to Fire Magi, and then I'll post this guide on my Discord. I don't know if I'm going to make a video before I go live tomorrow, because we do have to be live by 3, so I don't know if I'll have the time to do it, but we're going to be updating this guide and it'll be on my Discord, and I'll probably post it on TLI's Summoner Discord as well, the link to it. But for now, let's look through what we have. Let's just do the skills, not the skills, the affixes. We'll plan it out and then we'll go from there. Yeah, we do this. Belts, where's belts? It's going to be Vorax, but it's not going to be Winter of Origin. We know rings. We want this to be plus max bond. In the ideal universe, plus max bond. Potentially. Can gain bond might end up being my Vorax implicit late game. But that would be 87% damage transfer, or 81% with the 36 with the damage nodes, which I don't know. I kind of still want this guy, if I'm being honest. So I guess let's figure out our tree first. To do that, TLI compendium, Fire Magi. Yep, that's kind of what I want to go. What up, Richter? How you doing? Tell me this is up to date, please. SS 12.5. I want this to be a new. This is not an updated. Where do I change this? Config? No. This. Super hype, can't wait for tomorrow. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. I just spent 3 hours talking about theoretical stuff on Iris. Keep in mind, I'm still like on the fence of Iris 1 and Iris 2. I've kind of decided to go Iris 1, but like Iris 2's mobility is just unmatched, even with the nerf. And I really like the mobility. Like, that is a big sell, especially seeing as I'm not going to be cooldown stacking like I was last season. So this is not updated, which is unfortunate. Oh, you're going Sage? Are you going minions? Holy, Sage minions. What is the biggest selling factor of Sage minions aside? Like, speed is there. Well, I guess. I assume you're going to be using the 2 elixirs that give MS, because I know there's one that's swiftness do is like 50% max, which is dumb. But then there's the other one that was like 150% max, but needs a lot more elixir scaling to hit max, something like that. What is your biggest damage multiplier on Sage? Rejuve and MS. Which one is Rejuve? Elixir. Honestly, I'm gonna just go skill. I'm gonna just click the elixir tag. Oh, convert life to ES. Oh, really? Oh, did you mean your ascendancy node? Because I don't think I see it. Oh, life tonic? Bruh. Restores max life. You sure is this one? Oh, convert the life pot to ES. I thought you meant convert life to ES. Oh, okay. What a poorly timed ad break. I guess we'll wait for it to be done and then we can continue. But yeah, TLI Compendium is not updated, sadly. So that just means what I wanted from it, I can't get. So, all right, helmet time. Helmet. What mods are we going to be going on our helmets? Let's start with ultimate. Ultimate is plus support skill level. Amulet is Warden's breastpin. Elemental damage only. Then all of y'all go. So that's support skill level. Ideally, we try to leave suffixes open for this guy. We have a minute left on the ad breaks. Then ultimate affixes, we go here and then we do probably sealed mana comp. So that is probably going to be our ultimate modifiers. Now for advanced, we go. We don't have a source of barrier right now, so we're going to skip this. Skill area is always nice. Crit damage, I think, is mandatory if we're going Warden's Breastpin. Not mandatory, but it's really, really sought after. So A. Critical strike damage. Ad break should be just about rounding up. So welcome back. I hope. What were we saying? So you're taking life tonic, which paired with Sage's ascendancy allows that to recover ES. But that's not going to be an ES recover over time. That is a when your ES drops, this is going to be sustained. Yeah. Server is down. It literally went down like I think on the hour, pretty much. So which MS elixir are you going for? Swiftness do caps at 50, so probably not great. I think there's one that's still is fast. I don't remember. It's one of the. It's like maybe Scorpion Stinger. This guy. But you need so much elixir effect to get to 150%. It's crazy. Like I think you need 1,000% elixir effect. Like I don't know how you get to that cap. Like I don't think getting to the cap is the most realistic, but it does go over 50%. And you just need like 350% or something. It has prod speed for Itchy. For Itchy, are you going for the new modifiers? The Nether King's thing? think it's banishment, right? I think it's banishment. That makes it so you can get special modifiers. Oh, sure, we can get curse here. It's not bad. Wasn't there? I guess I'm probably not going to see it's here. No, it is here. Non-restoration elixir applied to minions instead of yourself. If you're going to use this, I want you to be aware of the keyword instead. So you won't get the MS if you're going to give that to your minion. So just keep that in mind. Unless the Ichi inherits prod speed from your character, so you don't have to give. Okay, you're not using that. Let me pull up Sage real quick. Yeah, you do. You do. It's they gain it, not you. Do Ichi just get your prod speed, or how are you giving them the prod speed? I mean, yeah, even without elixirs, like going too hard on elixir scaling is probably decent. But I mean, Moto wants MS too. Like, you know, it's kind of rough not having MS. So if you're going, oh, Ichi inherits your prod speed. Oh, cool. Oh, that's really nice. So let's see. Firstly, because I've actually forgotten how this ascendancy works. You get to choose damage or defense. So you always have your regen going from your elixir skills, firstly. And then I guess you'd use Scattered Spore here. And then for this one, you could go damage transfer, or you could go base taken as elemental, but probably damage transfer is better. Then you got to choose elixirs. From this can be equipped to one additional ingredient to gain the corresponding charge restoration. Empower and install the empower curse skill when an elixir is active. Skill effect bonus apply to elixir skill. Also apply to prepare the empower skills. So yeah, empower skills just gain giga effects. And then you use tumbleweed seed, which is charging progress for moving, which is free. Transfer spotters. Does that skill up of elixir effect, by the way? I assume it does because it's an ingredient. Temporary life equal to this, or temporary mana. So that's for you, but then this one has additional skill effects. Elixir skill effect after casting elixir skills lasts for this. And less duration. Then you have this one. Special send bottle, which can be used to concoct elixir skills. The third active skill slot is treated as the special send bottle. One additional ingredient to gain its corresponding. Then you have The skill gains additional base effect. 80% of excess life restoration is also applied to energy shield, which is what you plan on using, right? But is unable to charge or regain energy shield. For every 400 max ES, additional damage for you and your minions up to 40%. Which is not affected by the effects of elixir skills. So you need a total of 16,000 AS? Am I understanding that right? At 16k ES, you get max effect. Yeah, I think I'm doing the math right. Skill gains an additional effect when defeated by you and minions explode. Yeah. Skill gains an additional base effect. Increases block chance by an additional 70%, but you take true damage equal to 6% of mitigated damage. And then with levels, you of course gain even... Oh, sure. What is level 5? I didn't think the max would go up, but apparently it's going up. The max is 70% cap. Oh. That is honestly not bad. That is honestly not bad. Does this increase? No, it's still 400. So it's still 16k max. And it still caps, but it caps at 70% instead, which is really, really good. But for elixirs, is there anything here that affects minions? I know there's the saltpeter that's like explode, which I mean is fine. But is there anyone here that helps your minions damage without directly giving it to them? Prism distillates. Early res pen for spell skills. Infiltrate all this. Yeah. Affliction damage over time. I guess you just use dues to giga stack defense. Then you go giga aura stacking for full offensive auras. I think that's how I would have approached Sage. Maybe next season I'll try Sage. Go giga defense, the giga effect. Try to scale Scorpion Stinger so I get a lot of move speed. Purge speed wouldn't help me, but I guess I could also look into what do you call them? Modules. Because it just makes sense if you're getting prod speed. That your minion also gets it too. And then this of course is a no-brainer because being able to regain doesn't this mean you want to scale max life, or does it convert to percent of max ES while it is restoring ES? I assume no. I think you still want to scale max life because, you know, 41% of your max life is good when you have 10,000 life, but when you have 10 life, not that great. So you need to scale a bit of life. It's not just pure ES scaling. So you get to 16k ES and then you start scaling life. Yeah, shell is not possible because shell keeps you at 100, which is rough. You know, I was thinking for my current setup, this would actually be insane, this elixir. Because I get a lot, well, maybe not. Like, I get a lot of life regen that I just waste, as well as ES regen. So on the top end of my build, I could easily use this because this will reduce the damage I take to ES and would be a big survivability boost. The problem with this is if I have 4k life and 15k ES, that means I can only take a 10k hit because my life will run out, because this literally allows half of the damage taken to bypass, which is not great. Whereas if I have 15k ES, then I can take a 15k hit. Good. There are a bunch of items that give life and ES. Also, a lot of talents give you both. Yeah, I think God of Machines does, and I think Alchemist also does. And Machinist probably does as well. I think Machinist should. I don't know about Warlock. I'm not sure about Lich either. But those three should be easy picks. $3K HP, 14K ES. Yeah. But you do need 1K ES for just slight extra bit of damage. But yeah, that's really good. On my last setup, like last season, I think I got up to like 12K ES. Maybe. She felt much tankier without going Sentinel. Oh, was that as she felt tankier than Moto, with Moto having Sentinel and she not having Sentinel? Or do I need any specific pets to play this build? This build being the one from last league, Frost, or this build being my one I'm planning now, Fire? If it's Fire, you don't need any pets, but the pets are very nice to have. Fire, you don't need any pets. They're very nice to have, but you don't need them. What the pets do, one of them gives 40% more damage when you have two attributes paired. That's fine. That's damage you can overcome with gear. The second one gives you 60 growth. 60 growth is something you would have to adjust my... If you're following my build code, you'd have to adjust by not having the 60 growth. But I also typically make this planner without that 60 growth from what's her face in there, so you do know where you can get it from. If you have 60 growth, then perfect. That's, I think, the best quality of life pet to have. I think that is by far the best quality of life pet. Comradeship. Warlock, Machines, Machinist, and SV. SV? Is that the Elixir one? Steel Vanguard? Steel Vanguard, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. It's the only pet you have? You should be fine. And with the pose, you do get a free battle pack spirit this season. So you could, in theory, get either Drapion or Anubis. And depending on your goals, one might be better than the other. I think I have an FAQ for that. I need to change some of these things because now I am going Fire. So I need to start, I need to actually start. I need to make changes to these because this is not public yet. I need to actually adjust this for Fire Magi, because this is the same template I use for my Frost. Should save me some time when it comes to actually putting down my thoughts. Another thing about Sage, Moto 1 only has one legendary pet. Sage has a utility damage hybrid pet for minion builds. Yeah, her pet is pretty chill. I didn't get it, which I kind of would have liked to get, but I also don't regret not getting it. What is her name again? Do you remember? Actually, you can just go pack spirits. And she should be at the top, maybe? No? Elixir Fairies, that's the one. MS while Elixir skill is active. Additional minion damage when Elixir skill is active. And effect for every elixir skill cast recently, up to 12 times. So if you can cast 12 elixir skills in 4 seconds, you get 18%. You got her to level 6. Holy. So that means she is getting all these effects. So 35% elixir skill effects, 8 additional damage, some extra MS, and then a lot of elixir skill effects. 18%. Is this additional skill effect or just skill effect? It looks like it's just increased skill effect, which is still not bad. Am I missing what this open wide is? What is that? Oh, it's 35% effect. Oh. Yeah, 35 plus 18 is actually considerable. Wait, this is an effect that just comes at level 16. That's insane for a level 6. No, I know this is just the name. I was wondering where the, like, typically they would have like a long write-up for what this thing does. So I'm kind of used to that. So I didn't see that it does this. Does that make sense? Like, I'm used to a longer text that I'll read through. I'm like, okay, so this is what the pet does baseline. But yeah. So you're getting 50+ % elixir effects coming from just the pets. GG. That is pretty good. I think for here, we could either go strength or we go for ES. And honestly, I'm down for ES. So I want big ES. And then for this guy, base affix. What is the helmet? What are base affixes for helmets? Probably base converts. Oh? For real? I don't know if additional spell damage taken would affect ignite. I don't think it would. Squiddo. Oh, the spell burst pet for what's his face? Bing. What is his Squid Nova? Additional hit damage for by spell burst for 10 seconds and Squid Nova effect. Can you only have one stack of that? I assume so. They nerfed base ailment damage on scepters. Well, that would be very unfortunate. I felt like I remember seeing it goes up to 600 at T1. Is that no longer the case? Saj. Yeah, I'm going to ignite. I was really hoping for this. That's the whole reason we're going scepters. It still gets to 590, but like, god damn it. I guess it's fine ish. It's still an upgrade because Fire Magi's base ignite damage is nothing to write home about. Literally, it's quite bad. Scepter. Base affix, you can still get max and nasty. That's fine. We keep that. Let's start from the ultimates like we always do. Reaping recovery speed is ultimate 1. It just destroyed everything ailments. I mean, the bright side is most ailment modifiers don't affect me. The only place it affects me is on weapon. So like this is the only place I'm actually going to feel it. I think even ill omen, from what I heard, doesn't work on minion. So I was even worried about ill omen. I think it might be a pen angle for the top side because we're not getting pen here. Otherwise, it's additional damage to life, which is fine. It's not bad. But yeah, I think I prefer pen. We don't need double damage, thank goodness. For advance, we go reaping duration. Reaping duration. And then for prefix 1, what advance do we go for? Ignite duration. Okay, so at minion attack cast speed. Since when was that an advance? Since when has this been an advance? Wasn't this basic? Did they change that? Oh, actually, maybe they didn't. Maybe they did not. So that settles my suffixes. Wait, no. That can't be because there's base ignite damage. And there's nothing that's going to stop me from having base ignite damage. So that isn't good. So we can't have attack cast speed on this setup. Unless reaping duration ends up being ass, which I'd imagine not, but who knows? Who knows? For prefix 2, this is going to be the basic we use. But then we go fire skill level. That's a 21% more damage is 21% more damage. But that ES is looking so good though. Sigh. If we're going to be worried about damage, you might as well be very worried about damage and go a fire skill levels and then reap damage over time. But yeah, I'm going to ignite on the fire mages. So it's going to be a less than traditional build. I'm looking forward to whatever challenges present themselves, so long as they are surmountable. The moment they prove to not be, we're gonna have problems. What is the name of that unique we said? Ignite. Vorax. Eva burn. Thunder something. Thunder fire. Plus ignite limits on numb targets or numb targets. And then here we go base affix. What is the base affix again? I have a screenshot of that. What does the mod read? It is reap damage over time when inflicting ignite. It's a basic modifier. All right, cool. Next, rings. Well, these need to be worked on. These two. This is fine, and I need to settle for a base affix, which I never did pick. What were the base affixes I had access to again? I said probably Fizz as Ellie. Probably. Like, I don't think Frail would work. Does the Warlord tree have fire infiltration? Yes, it does. Can I even use it? I guess I technically can. I just need to make sure I am doing fire damage as well, which means I guess I have base ignite on my weapon, so you know that could help. Convert fist to cold damage. We still want timid. What is my tree going to look like? That's why I opened out that planner, TLI compendium. I guess let's see something. Torchlight or building. Is there a universe you've updated? Nah, nobody has updated. Where can I find? Anyways, I guess we'll find out. We'll figure out the tree tomorrow. But I'm trying to decide if I want to take damage transfer or can gain bond. I think it's just a can gain bond angle, if I'm being very, very honest. I would like to get to 90% damage transfer. I really would. I really would. Right? But honestly, if we corrode our chest piece, we can get to like 86%, even without everything we said. Even without the minions from synthetic troops collecting some damage for us. can get 86%, but I don't know that I'm going machinist late game, because when I look at trees that I want to go, let's just peep game, right? We have 4 trees available, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. God of Machines already takes 1 spot. Can't do anything about that. Alchemist takes another spot. Can't do anything about that. It just is what it is, right? These are already 2 spots that are gone. Alchemists, no brainer. I need Source. Potentially Talons of the Abyss, but mostly Source. So cool. That leaves 2. Now, I don't think I plan on going. I do not plan on going Pedigree because I want to go Space Rift and stack a bunch of CDR that way. Though I guess it's not the most mandatory to get to like 1 second CD, so like I don't need to do this. But the reason I want to do it is because if I do it, then if I do it this way, then I don't think really get much CDR elsewhere. Like I plan on getting ultimates, like additional ultimate CDR from the trait 2 level 5. And I plan on getting all of this on the slates, but then I don't want to touch any other source of CDR. Not on boots, nowhere else. For minion CDR at least. Player CDR, sure, but not minion CDR. So that's kind of where my head is at when it comes to that. So that being said, I think I need Dirty Tricks just for damage scaling. I can use Marked Rain of Arrows to self-apply trauma and something else. Though I do need base trauma damage from somewhere. I'll figure that out. Maybe another King talent. Maybe. I hope I can get it. But I need self trauma damage from somewhere, and I need self wilt damage from somewhere. What is this? I don't know what this is. But I need those 2 mods on my slate setup just so I can apply wilt and I can apply trauma. By having just those 2 and some, I guess I need ailment chance, don't I? Maybe I just skip Dirty Tricks. I don't want to. It's a lot of damage. But at the same time, I don't fancy having to apply trauma and wilt myself, as well as scale my chance to inflict damaging ailments. Now, granted, we can get something like this, but I don't hit frequently enough that I think 6% is enough. Like I just don't. Now on the Warlock tree for Dirty Tricks, you know, I might be able to convince myself that where is it? Torchlight the building, I think this one. This is the good one, right? No, bruh. They be swapping. So this created April, created July. Okay, good. Delete the July one. So this is my Lich. I have attack speed here, but I could easily switch that out for ailment chance. Ailment chance is where? Oh, no, it's Warlock. We have chance to avoid early ailments and crits. I don't think I'll need as much crit damage or crit rating as I needed before. Though, that being said, Oh, this isn't even necessary anymore. Wait. Hold the phone. Let me make sure Dirty Tricks actually is just generic damage. I can skip Dirty Tricks. It's additional hit damage, so I don't care about it. Cool. We X Dirty Tricks from the build. It is not needed whatsoever, so it doesn't help me. Kind of nice to be free of the clutches of Dirty Tricks. So I mean, it's kind of bittersweet, well, because it's a very big damage multiplier. But if I can't use it, I can't use it. I don't need to worry about it. So Warden's Breastplate has no downside for me, so I don't need to worry about base damage or anything like that. So do I need to care about ailments? Think. No, I don't care about any ailments except ignite. But my minions need to have a 100% chance to apply ignite. That is a non-negotiable. We can probably get that from the tree, but anyways. So that means we get to drop Warlock as a tree for this build. Let's create a new one. What are the other options we could go? I think Warlord is what I want to have ideally, because we can use fueling, which I think is nearby enemies have 0 fire res or something like that, which is a decent damage multiplier. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but in TLI you typically cannot reduce early enemy res. It's not easy. It's much easier to get additional X damage than it is to reduce your res. So getting 0 res, pretty good. Depending on who you're fighting, of course. Like, I imagine it's insane for Lava Sea. So late game, we'd probably look at something like this. Yeah. I was going to say, do I do all this for crit damage, for 5% crit damage? But this is hybrid crit damage, so it affects me, so it affects them too. It's Warden's Breastplate. Don't care about that. I care about this guy. So I can do this, and all I need to do is make sure I have some fire damage, and I can, because I just need to deal fire damage to ignited enemies. Then we do this. We do this. Oh, look. This is basic ignite damage. Not bad. Low-key, I would like to reflect this node so I can get it a second time, but I'm a slave to 5 minions, my guy. Like, it's not happening. I love my 5 minions. Immune to ignites might honestly also be a good idea. Let's reset this. Let's see if we can get everything we just did. I think this is the minimum we can spend if we want this, because we can't leave this region without spending this 6. Like, it's just not happening. And this is mandatory. One of the few sources of median affliction effects. How much increased damage does affliction do again? That I need to check. I think it's just, bruh. 1% additional dot for every one affliction. So at 45%, we get to 145 increase additional dot damage taken. So if I can get that to 200, that's 2x. That's honestly a pretty decent multiplier. And seeing as this is a modifier, we want to definitely get as much as we can. So that means, where the fuck is it? The hell, I have too many tabs open. This has 15% per click. So on our slate setup, if we go to Space Rift, we're going to make sure our Falling Starlights has this modifier. Preferably alongside, what was the other one again that we cared for? Levels, I think. Just this and levels, ideally. Because if you can get on even one Falling Starlight, that's 30%. A second one means 60%. If we can get 60% minion affliction effects, that would be 205, which is, you know, 2x additional 2x damage basically taken by enemies, which is pretty good. It's annoying that this is the only source of affliction effect that works for minions. It's kind of very annoying. It makes it so I really want to reflect here so I can get even more here. Like, that would be the very smart thing to do. Reflect this one. In the process, I would also get, I don't care about that. I don't care about anything else in this region. But I guess I do care about skipping this one. Like, maybe. So yeah, this is what a Warlock tree could look like late game. I wonder if minion fire damage over time is going to affect, well, minion fire damage is going to affect ignites. I assume it would, but ignites probably has some weird quirks. Otherwise, why would these two need to exist? You know, maybe just for the, actually it's just always minion fire damage. So yeah, minion fire damage regardless of where you go should be fine. All right, where are we? That takes care of what we have. Warden's Breastplate, we don't care about. So our trees are going to look like Warlord, Lich, Alchemist, yada yada, which means we don't have space for Machinists. If we don't have space for Machinists, and we're not going Pedigree, then we don't have Bond. So we just have can gain Bond here. That is going to be the implicit we go for. And gain Bond. Late game. Is there a mod that doubles because we're giving the belt to my minions? That's something I also need to check just to cross all T's and dot all I's and all that. Origin will only affect, it only matters on me. Base ailment damage would be good for me because that would solve both trauma and ignite, but like we just established, Dirty Tricks is useless. So shoot. They don't have minions, so this will do nothing for them. This will do nothing for them. This would double dip, so they always had attack aggression, which would be nice. They don't need to land the crit, which, you know, has its perks. Definitely has its perks. Reaping duration has its perks, but we're not going to be touching this outside of the weapon. It's too low of an amount for me to care. Yeah, you just can obtain bond. Then for modifiers, I'm inclined to go less damage taken at low mana. But let's see. Oh? Oh. Oh ho ho ho. Question mark? But we can only have one ultimate suffix. So we're either going reaping or we're going max bond. But not both. Because both becomes expensive. Both makes it very expensive to get to T1s. What was I getting now? I was getting cooldown recovery, not needed. So we either use reaping recovery speed. If, and only if, we don't apply damage fast enough. Actually, no. Reaping recovery speed is just always good. There's no universe where I shouldn't be going for more reaping recovery speed. Because when I think about it, that could take, if I go 108% here and on my weapon is like 190%, let's say. Let's say it's 180, I think it's 180 on weapon and like 108 here, 100, let's just say. 2.8, that's 1 divided by 3.8. That brings my reap cooldown to like almost a quarter of a second, which is very, very significant for my damage uptime. Especially seeing as I've been told that the duration doesn't reduce. So I think it would be sure to go for max bond stacks when this exists. We switch reap cooldown to reaping recovery speed. Now for prefix, we can either, I mean, all the above are still good. Less dots while having X amount of ES is probably the play. Less dots at how much ES? 8k ES, right? That is what I would probably recommend there. Then we go strength instead of intelligence on this build. We don't touch intelligence. We keep intelligence and dexterity even. So we intentionally avoid dexterity and int. I could also do max tenacity to be fair. That'd be nice defensive. Where are you? +1 ignites limits. That's the ultimate. Screw defenses. Who needs defenses when you got damage? Joking, of course. This really puts it in perspective that I kind of would almost want to now get less dots here instead of support skill levels or something. I don't know. Prefixes are so competitive. So competitive. Holy. It is rough. Okay, now we move on to advanced. Advanced, we can go growth, which I think is probably just going to be what we do. We could do res as well. There's ailment duration. We don't care about that. Ailment effect. Oh, affliction effect. That shouldn't. That's probably bugged to not work, so we're not going to bother with it. Yeah, I think we need a lot of growth, so we're going to put growth here. I think we don't have a choice in that regard. And then advanced, we do strength. We can do defense, but like, meh. Then we have the last modifiers, of course. Reap. Yeah, reap. So this is the basic one. Okay, I was like, wait, that looks correct. Cool. And of course, this can switch with, cannot, it actually can't switch. So that means you want plus ignites here. Good to know. Okay. Rings. Spirit rings. So total so far, we get 3 max bond. And can gain bond. So that's 6 max bond. And at 6, is it worth? Or do I just drop bond entirely and focus on what I'm doing? Nah, I can't drop bond. I can drop bond scaling, but like I can't drop the damage transfer while having bond. Like that's just too good. Not to mention that means I'm using the chest, so I might as well scale bond. Might as well. But yeah, I don't think I have too much of a reason to stack it. I'm not I2, so like the attack cast speed doesn't have like extra benefits in QOL to me. It's extra additional damage from the chest piece, so that's very, very nice. But it's like 25% extra of a multiplier we already have. I want to say we already have like 150 of. So it's not the biggest multiplier. Like orders, for example, would be stronger than that because that's a new 25% multi. So it's not worth giving up my warlord tree and its affliction effect. It's not worth giving up lich tree. It's not worth giving up alchemist tree, which by the way, for this guy, I should just at least choose a different tree. So God of Machines, Alchemist, Lich. Of the beating tracks. Eventually, once we skill enough sealed mana comp, I want to switch off the beating tracks to indifference. It's going to be my source of indifference, and I plan on going effortless command, so indifference would be good. Which means this would reward me for going 4 auras instead of 5 like I wanted to initially, because the amount of sealed mana compensation I need to get 5 auras is insane. So of the beating track for now, at least. God of Machines. One of these is going to have, I don't want to choose nodes here because things are going to change. Some of these will have bond speed. I think this one is going to have bond speed as an example. Bond gaining speed. There's going to be a medium that has bond gaining speed. I think it might be this guy. There's going to be movement speed on something here. Hasten is going to have move speed on it. We don't have aggression anymore, I think. Stuff like that. So like there's a lot of changes. I don't actually plan a tree because like it's not going to be accurate in the slightest. So ring time. We have +1 bond here, which was growth in the current setup. So I need to figure out the growth because we need a lot of it and we're missing out on a lot of it. All the growth we're missing out on means I need to figure out other sources. And I think this means we have to run green shoots. I think we are going to run green shoots in this build. But I also think we run... Where is the Kismet? Like 60 growth is a lot, and cooldown recovery speed is really strong. Bouquet is going to be good because we're going to have 3 different magi, well, 5 different magi. And then mechanical tree is also going to be good because we plan on having 6 synthetic troops and 5 spirit magi. But the 6 synthetic troops won't matter because that's what's going to give you the spirit magi damage. So 30, it's like 36% additional. 8 times 6, which is 48, which is divided by 224 per Kismet slot, which is very efficient. For small nodes, however, I have to pick between Origin and Sealed Mana Comp, and I think that is going to be the tricky part. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I do not know. Is there a universe, even one, out there that I choose to go Verdant Steps? Because I assume the answer is no. This would be really good now that I'm on Fire Magi. Well, I have Frost Magi that's going to be scaling a lot of Origin effects. And it's really good because I can use Origin of Ice, gains percent of non-cold damage taken to cold damage, scale a ton of Origin effects for cold. So that means for every 100%, which we can get to like, on this on my current build, I got to like 600 on guys I was really stacking. That would be 13 times 6 times 7.3, something like that. So that would basically practically almost cap me at only needing cold res. Not even erosion res, just cold res. And then I could also double it and say Origin of Fire. This one will be a lesser effect because I'm not scaling as much Origin on Fire because it's my DPS. But yeah. Like, and then all of this. And I can also just get Wilt and Trauma Immune. I guess no, because I'm not going to have, I only have, oh no, I'm going to have Erosion on my Kismets. So I'll have Rock and Erosion, so I can actually get this one and be Wilt and Trauma Immune. And I'm going early res aura, so I already have, I don't need immune to early ailments. I plan on getting chance to avoid early ailments from there. Warlock Tree would have given me some chance to avoid early ailments, but I'm not going to be going Warlock Tree, so we need to figure out where to cap out on this. Well, food for thought, food for thought. TLI dot ninja? No. Titrack dot ninja. This is the one. I need to update my Titrack. It doesn't have gear, but as you can see, the organ for Verdant Steps was worth what, 10k? If anybody is one contributor, so like no one was trading this. Does that mean I can't check uniques on this? I assume that's exactly what that means. Because it isn't tracking that. Okay. But I know it's like in the 30Ks. So am I really going to say 30k for the upgrade? It's going to be a big upgrade and it's going to be very, very strong defensively. But like 30k is a lot of money, you know? It is a lot of money. I'll consider it, but we'll see, I guess. We'll see. But if I can get it, that means I don't even need early res. I would just replace my aura effect with only origin scaling. Probably even try to go star trails to round out the 94% so I can get this to 100%. And yeah. Oh, okay. I'm kind of tired. So that is where we are going to be ending stream. I will keep working on this guide. I need to actually probably delete delete most of the mods here, just so I know what I've worked on and what I haven't. Like, for example, I haven't worked on road. I need to remember that I haven't worked on it. But I kind of remember in passing, so there's that. Anywho, I'm really looking forward to the season launch tomorrow, but keep an eye out for this guy, because once I should be finishing it tomorrow and posting it. If you want to follow the build, that is. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'll be live tomorrow for PoE review early on. Then once that is done, we're going to be probably live until TLI launch, most likely. We'll see how that goes. But anyways, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Till then, have a good night.